Yes, yes, yes. Shalom, shalom. We're here. Wisdom Wednesday.
These are also the proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out.
Yes, 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 yes. Here. Wisdom Wednesday. Here at the middle of the Shabuah right here. Here's a heat wave. Hopefully ones are well. The summertime, the so-called dog days of summer, heat wave. Hope all is well. Yes, so here for Wisdom Wednesday. Let's ride up right here. Standing ground.
See, is a lot true courage in the standing ground. Is how you live it in the standing ground. Fox with canary fed up on them mouth. Some things we consider and sit out. Should have not go in there. What can I have seen there? Many ones have been there. Run go assume and get them feelings bound to cinder. When a decision need true courage in the planting round. True courage in the standard of the ground. If you push your principle to reach stand down. And push your principle out of bounds. And push your reason out of bounds. Keep cool, yeah. Meditate and counsel in the how to calm down. From it reach drastic and done moving around. Work and diplomatic when things fall out. See that is the mission in a song. True courage in the standing ground. See it, me say, don't go make the principle tamper my sound. Ignorance what truly keep my heart hold down. See that see how you suffering in an eminence house. It is such a mother shook in the bounce. Tell them, try tell the Rasta men smoke them come down. Eyes is to the Lord, it on a gun in sound. Last I be in work with locks and bolts. Well tell them real cause it's the Rasta man report. The 4th of July, the other man was a 4th. 45 the spirit party, deep bring report. And if I'm back in Africa for the jewels of source, Selassie is the right player of course. True courage in the standing ground. True courage in the bearing ground. True courage in the planting ground. Then should this requirement be known and known. Know it in the marrow of the bone. Build a firm one. Don't set the spirit like revolving door. In the songs of Solomon, the story is told. If she is a wild, then the palace is for sure. Check for yourself and no more. Yeah, see it, the fascists with the losers are sworn. Don't let them principle down by my son. Ignorance of you, they keep our heart hold down. See, now see how you suffering in our eminence house. It's the system and shook you down the bones. Don't bless I praise Rastafari. Oh, bless I sing Rastafari. I saw it from the medigas and see the picture in the pretty now, so now we survive. Yeah, in this time, see, let's see how the judge could never be spirit confined. Same end result when the blind lead the blind. Courage to be firm and to whole lifetime. If Jah willing and if Jah provide. For strength of a life, eat to management of heart all the time, same time. Oh. True courage in your planting ground. True courage in your standing ground. True courage in the standing ground. Selassie I be praising word and song.
Solomon Nimal, Arsu, Befite, These are also the proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out.
Yes, right there. Okay, Becca, Von Benjamin, standing ground here. Little dubbing ground.
True courage in the standing ground.
Yes, yes, yes. So right here, Wisdom Wednesday. So here we have the 40th sabbatical study, Balak. Haven't really touched on Balak just yet, just right here. But here, I like to pick up with the evening psalm here, appointed for the fourth day of the Shabua right here. We have Psalm 94, the evening psalm. Let me try to share this right here with y'all on the air, on the screen right here. I'll bring it up. But here, Psalm 94, psalm appointed for the fourth day. Fourth day is Wednesday. Here's the basic KJV of Psalm 94. Psalm 94.
O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself. Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth, render a reward to the proud. Lord, how long shall the wicked triumph? How long shall they utter and speak hard things, and all the workers of iniquity boast themselves? They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise? He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that chastiseth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth man knowledge, shall not he know? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, and teachest him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense, and my God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off.
So here, Psalm 94. Here we have Psalm 94. Psalm 94 appointed for chanting and reading on the fourth day. And let's go from an ancient tradition. We also find recording evidence according to the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews. The evening psalms, the same as those chanted in the temple, and also among Torah observant Yehudi, even to this very day. So here we have the KND, Colin DeLeach, on the screen right there. Psalm 94 summary. Psalm 94, just to touch on a little bit of today's evening psalm. We have the daily psalm, Psalm 30, coming forward right here. This Torah portion, reading and feeding. We have the 40th, Balak. So here's Psalm 94. You can see one of the themes of Psalm 94 is the consolation of prayer, tefillah, under the oppression, rephrase, the downpression of tyrants. This is the theme right here, Colin DeLeach here in the Sefer Tehillim. Don't have this book right here scanned. Can't show this on the screen just yet, but we'll take some pictures. But here, from the Sefer Tehillim, Psalm 94 is theme plea for divine judgment. Mizmor Tzadai Dalet. Psalm 94, Psalm XCIV. So here we have this write-up right here, plea for divine judgment. So for the Wednesday evening psalm, the fourth day, the middle of the Shabbat, the middle of the week, we have the tone, the style, and the matter of this psalm, this mizmor, contrasts sharply with the preceding and the succeeding psalms. Of some particular interest, we have Psalms 95 to Psalm 99 plus Psalm 29 for the Shabbat, the Kabbalat Shabbat, welcoming, receiving Kabbalat Shabbat, the welcoming, receiving the Sabbath service from Psalm 95. Also, we have Psalm 92, which is the Sabbath day Psalm, Psalm 92, and then Psalm 93, which is the Friday evening Psalm. So it's here at the middle of the week, and here with this particular ordering of Psalm 94 for the middle of the Shavua, the Wednesday, we have a change in tone and style and in matter in Psalm 94, Mizmor Sadai Dalet, that contrasts sharply with the preceding Psalm 93 for the Friday evening, Psalm 92 for the Shabbat, and then Psalms 95 to Psalm 99 as the first 5 of the welcoming of the Sabbath Psalms. And the theme here is plea for divine judgment, also the consolation of prayer, tefillah, under the downpression of tyrants. So the plea for divine judgment, consolation of tefillah, of prayer, under the downpression of tyrants. So far from Yahweh Eloheinu, Jehovah's sovereignty, far from Elohim's sovereignty being acknowledged and in force over the earth, over the land, over the earthly plane, there's a moral state, a state of moral chaos that prevails, in that justice is denied to those who need its protection most. So we ask questions like, well, why was this psalm appointed in the temple, the Heikal of Yerushalayim, and afterward by, you could say, Torah observant Yehudi, and even amongst the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, we have the same evening psalms as those that were chanted in the temple of Jerusalem, and also by tried and tradition by faithful Yehudi, also on the evenings of the various days of the Shavua. So here we have Psalm 94, and asking the question, well, what is particular about this psalm for this day, perhaps, if this was chosen? So they say perhaps in this very idea is its place within the group to be explained. That far from Yah's sovereignty being acknowledged and enforced over the earth, over the earthly plane, like in the land, there's a state of moral chaos that prevails, in that which justice is denied to those who need its protection most. Perhaps in this very idea is its place within the group to be explained. The XCII, or Psalm 93, Mizmor Sadai Gamel, it proclaimed an ideal. So in Psalm 93, which is the Friday evening psalm, is themed Yahuwah HaMelech, themed Elohim HaMelech, God the King. That in Psalm 93 proclaims an ideal. And this psalm, Psalm 94, it deals and it dwells upon the stark realities that disclose so different a state of things. The following psalms, and these are the following psalms, Psalm 95, like to 99. This is the welcoming of the Shabbat, the Kabbalat Shabbat psalms. So therefore, in the following psalms, there's a resuming of the joyful note because of unshakable assurance, the surety, always faithful, always sure. The assurance in the ultimate realization of the ideal of the good over evil. Now, in this psalm, we ask the question, who are the downpresses and the downpress? According to one interpretation, one targum of Psalm 94, right, usually the Wednesday evening psalm as chanted in the temple and according to the royal order, according to one interpretation, it's foreign nations, foreign nations are acting ruthlessly against Israel, against the Beit Israel, the Beta Israel, against I. Others hold another interpretation of this is that it's the lawless Israelites, the Torah-less Israelites, that deal unjustly with their brethren. And therefore, in the Sefer Tehillim, it's this ladder. The ladder is the view that is adopted within the Targum, within the interpretation, themed under plea for divine judgment. Just to bring that forward as an overview for Psalm 94. Psalm 94. Now, here, what you see on the screen from the Colin Delete, this is an alternative summary right here, just to point this out. This psalm is themed consolation, a consolation, consoling, consolation of tefillah, under the oppression of tyrants. This psalm, speaking about Mizmor Sadai, Sadeh Dalet, is akin, it says, to Psalm 92, verses 1 to 15, and to Psalm 93, the preceding Psalms, 1 to 5. By the community of the, what they say, the Anadiplolis. Anadiplolis. Let's see if we can bring out right here, the Anadiplolis. Should we go to translate right here? Let's go to web search quickly right here. Web search. Anadiplolis. Right? Anadiplosis. Anadiplosis is the repetition of the last word of a preceding clause. What's anadiplosis? It's the repetition of the last word of a preceding clause. The word is used at the end of a sentence and then used again at the beginning of the next sentence. So just to get an idea of what they're saying there within that particular example. So they say these psalms by the repetition of words. And it bears the inscription. That's all Greek to y'all. Well, here's what we can do. Here, the software provides this opportunity. Let's change this right here, as you can see, to the Greek right here. And it says, okay. Okay. Sabbath. Okay. Psalm of David. Psalm of David, that part right there. Psalmos, Odis, to David. A psalm like a praise, an ode of David, and it's a Sabbath book or Sabbath psalm. So the psalm right here in the LXX is themed like in the King of Kings Bible, a Sabbath psalm. And it's also, they say, a Talmudic tradition. Now, as I explained before, but to explain again, Talmud is an operative word, right? It's an operative word that means teaching. There's different kinds of teachings. They give us the teaching of His Majesty, the teaching that agrees with the scripts. So let's note this right here. According to B. Arkin 11a, at the time of the Chaldean destruction, the Kasdim, the people known as the Chaldean destruction of Jerusalem, the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem, the Levites, Halloween, on their pulpits were singing this 94th Psalm. So the ancient tribe says that when the Chaldeans, the Babylonians destroyed Jerusalem, the Levites were on their pulpits and they were said to be singing this Psalm, Psalm 94. And they came to the words in Psalm 94, verse 23, and He turned back upon them their iniquity. So it was viewed that destruction by the Chaldeans or the Kasdim, by the Babylonians of Jerusalem, was because of the iniquity, the moral iniquity, right? The falling short of Israel in its covenant keeping duty and obligation. And here's the verse, the full of full from KJV. And He shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness, righteousness. Yea, Yahweh Eloheinu, Jehovah our Elohim, shall cut them off. There we have that final verse. So the enemies pressed into the temple. So this is pointing to the time of the Babylonian, Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonian, the Kasdim, Chaldean, they said the captivity at that time. The enemies pressed into the Haykal, into the temple, so that they were not able to sing the closing words. Yahweh Eloheinu will destroy them or cut them off. So this is from some of the ancient tribe that this is what's recorded, right, as happening, and the use of this psalm, Psalm 94. To the scruple that Psalm 94 is a Wednesday, not a Sunday psalm, right? That fatal day, however, was said to be a Sunday. So the day, right, of that destruction was the first day of the Shabuah, Babylonian, the Chaldeans' destruction of Jerusalem. But the psalm has been appointed for the fourth day, the Shabuah, the fourth day of the week. So we have the testimony of the Yehudim, the Judeans, the Judahites, and also in the royal order, the Ethiopian Hebrews. The same psalms, the evening psalms are the same, and the fourth day is Psalm 94. It is replied, it may have been a lamentation song that had just been put into their mouths by the circumstances, of that time. So right there's a little bit of Aramaic, right? We're just gonna scroll forward from that right there. That it was the Wednesday song in the temple liturgy. The Wednesday song, right? In the temple liturgy. And there it says Beribi, right? Let me highlight that part right there. There it says Beribi, this part right here. Let's see if I can actually let's see if we can highlight like this. Okay, trying to highlight those two words. But Beribi on the fourth by Shabbat, on the fourth of the Shabbat, saying like on the fourth day of the Shabbat actually means seven, right? It refers to seven. So the seventh day is the Shabbat, but also in the sense of like the Shabuah, right? Shabuah. Here we have this here in the Koine Greek. Let's see if we can, oh, okay, we can highlight that a little bit easier. They say Sabbath notebook, tetradi Savato, right? Sabbath notebook. But we know from the King of Kings Bible that is theme a for the fourth day, and some of these same notes are there. But Athanasius explained it by reference to the fourth month. So in some of the ancient Hebrew, where we have this right here, Beribi, let's see if we can bring this out. Let's see if we can highlight this. Let's see. It's a little difficult right here because sometimes Hebrew is written from left to right, and sometimes the highlighting thing is kind of orientated to the way we read, from left to right, opposite. So let me see if I can do this right here. Highlight this other word. Let's see. There we go. We'll take that right there. Let's bring this up right here. Change it to Hebrew. Right. On the Wednesday, yeah, Beribi, Shabbat, right there. There we go. So on the Wednesday or the fourth, literally in the Hebrew, Beribi is like the fourth, but Hebraically that would refer to the fourth day, right? So after Athanasius, one of the early Christian fathers, the church, the Coptic church, he explained it by reference to the fourth month. And here's a reference. And in the 11th year of Zedekiah, in the fourth month, the 9th day of the month, the city was broken up, right? Because the connection of this psalm with what occurred with the destruction of the first temple, right? Then it says the to David of David there, the Greek right there. However, they say this one says is worthless. It is a post-Davidic psalm. So in the Greek, it says of David, right? That's the part you see there on the screen. Let's see if we can mark this right here. This part here. Or told David, like of David, for David. Like, however, it's worthless. This is how the Koine Greek, it has that additional information. But as we study this, we know that it's a post-Davidic psalm. So Psalm 94 is a post-Davidic psalm. So you'll see in other Bibles, there would not be this superscription there, right? For although it comes out of one mold, it comes out of the Davidic mold, we still meet throughout with reminiscences of older Davidic and Asaphic models. So it's like music in a sense, where some later artists base some of their style on, the classics. So the same thing occurred even in some of the later Psalms, that they were Davidic Psalms because they were modeled according to the style of David and some of his choristers like Asaph, thus the Davidic and the Asaphic models. The enemies against whom it supplicates the appearing of the Elohim of righteous retribution are as follows from a comparison. right? So kind of goes through some of these verses right here, right? Just briefly, some of the profiling of the ratchet. They break in pieces thy people, O Yahweh, and afflict thine heritage. Another example, understand your brutish among the people and fools. When will y'all be wise? And in verse 10, he that chastiseth, right? That chastiseth or that disciplines, instructs, admonish the heathen. The heathen there is the goy, the goyim, the nations, nationalities. Shall not he correct? He that teacheth man knowledge. He that teacheth man knowledge right here. It says, shall not he know, but that part there, you can see it's italicized. So the more force of it, he that teacheth man knowledge. Let's see if this bring this out in the Hebrew right here to get even he that teacheth man knowledge. So a better read of this verse will be that he that instructeth nations, shall not he correct? Even he that teacheth man knowledge? It's like a question, a rebuke, right? So the psalm, clearly from the tone of the psalm, it's like saying, well, if Yahweh judges other nations, what won't he judge y'all, Israel? Won't he judge you too? Right? Right. So some say non-Israelites, right, who despise the God of Israel and fear not his vengeance. Right? Here bringing out the verse, yet they say Yahweh shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard. Right? Whose barbarous doings, however, call forth even among the down-pressed people themselves, foolish doubts concerning Yahweh's omniscient beholding and judicial interposition. So if we take this psalm as being also connected with the events concerning the Chaldeans, the Babylonian invasion, destruction of the temple, right? What it's saying right here is that the wicked were doing what the wicked were doing, right? The Chaldeans, the invasion, the Babylonian invasion, and even the down-pressed people themselves began to have foolish doubts concerning Yahweh's, his omniscience, his beholding, and his judicial interposition, that at the right time, here come the judge, here come the judge. Accordingly, the psalm, still speaking about Psalm 94 right here, the psalm is one of the latest, but not necessarily a Maccabean psalm. So some even posit and point out that during the time of Maccabees, because this was also a fighting for the life and the liberty, that they chose certain psalms, such as this particular psalm. So it's definitely known that the Maccabees will refer to the psalm, but the psalm in its original sense was not a Maccabean psalm, but could apply to Maccabean circumstances. The later Persian age, in which the book of Ecclesiastes was written or said to be written, could also exhibit circumstances and moods such as this. So just giving a kind of a brief overview right here, today's daily psalm, when we go through some of the further studies, but just keep it kind of a basic right here with today's daily psalm according to the royal order. Well, actually the evening psalm, touching on this evening psalm right here. All right, looking at these first two verses. Let's just touch on these first two verses, the opening verses of today's daily psalm. Go to the KJV. O Lord, Yahweh, God, to whom vengeance belongeth. O God, El, to whom vengeance belongeth. Shew thyself. Shew thyself. Or more better from the Hebrew, God of vengeances. And it says, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Well, here we have a psalm calling for the El Nikamot, the El Nikamot in the Hebrew, El Nikamot, Yahuwah, El Nikamot, Hophia. Show yourself, shine forth. Right there, shine forth, Hophia. So here, opening verse, the Aleph first, right here. El Nikamot, Yahuwah El Nikamot, Hophia. Here for ones to see right here. Let's highlight this. Right? El Nikamot, the El, the almighty power of Nikamot. Nakama is like vengeance. Nikamot is the plural sense. Nikamot. Here we have right here Nakama, the singular sense. What is Nakama? Nakama is vengeance. Vengeance by Elohim, vengeance by Yisrael, Also can be vengeance by the enemies of the Beta Israel right there, Nakama, right? Nakama is avengement, right? Avengement. Here we have Nakama, the sense is the feminine of the H5359 or Nakam. Nakam, vengeance. Nakam. Nakam, here as a noun, vengeance, like a quarrel, a vengeance, a quarrel, avengement, whether the act of avengement or it could be nakama, the passion for avengement. So it's interesting when ones and ones say, well, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Well, here in Psalm 94, the Wednesday evening psalm as chanted in the Haykal and by the faithful, even the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, we have this psalm here, El Nikamot. El Nikamot. Now, you see the KJV says, O Lord, right? Yahweh, God, El, to whom vengeance belongeth, Nikamot, right? It's basically three words right there, but the order is different. The Hebrew order is God or El, power, almighty power, Nikamot of vengeances, Yahweh, O he who be, who he be, El, almighty power, Nikamot of vengeances, right? Hophia, Hophia, Hophia is from Yafa, Yafa, Yafa. Yafa means to shine forth, like the sense is like to send out beams, right? To shine forth. It's also can be used, Hophia, in a sense, is like to show yourself, right? In other words, show yourself in the light. In other words, cause to shine forth can be like to shine forth like light, illumination. And when applied to a person, Hophia, in a sense, is like to show yourself, almost like to come to the light. So what do we have here in this first verse right here? Just looking at today's evening psalm, Psalm 94. In the first two verses, the supreme judge is invoked. As we mentioned, two interpretations. One, that is foreign nations that act ruthlessly against the Beta Israel, Yisrael, and the connection of Psalm 94 with the destruction of the temple of Jerusalem during the time of Nebuchadnezzar, and the Kasdim and the Chaldeans, and others hold that is actually lawless Israelites, right, who deal unjustly with their brethren. Now, some say the latter view is more adopted. We say both are actually true because of the lawlessness of the Bnei Yisrael, right, with their brethren and others, that caused the judgment of Yahweh Eloheinu of allowing even Nebuchadnezzar, and Babylon, where he said he put his sword in the hand of the king of Babylon, to do what they had did, right? But here, interestingly enough, is still a call for vengeance. Thou, El, almighty power, thou, El. Let's show this right here. You see, it's El here, not Elohim, right? And there's a reason when we see in one place it's El and next place is Elohim. El is bringing out the Almighty, as with Psalm 82, right? We find El, right, in the congregation, Ba'adat El, in the congregation of the Almighty, the all-powerful one. Thou, all-powerful one, El Nikamot. Literally in the Hebrew, El Nikamot, as we have it right here. El Nikamot. Let's just highlight that. El Nikamot. El Nikamot means God of vengeances. El, almighty power of vengeances. And what we have here is Hebraically what's called the plural of intensity. Remember, we showed you that the word in the singular sense, when you look at the Strongs here, is the H5360, Nakama. Nakama is the singular sense. Nakamot, right, is the plural sense. So it's saying not this God of a vengeance, but God or power of vengeances, the plural of intensity. El, almighty of great vengeance, or the El who avenges thoroughly. El Nikamot. Now, what we must not associate with this idea is any idea of vindictiveness. Hebraically speaking, with the word nikama, right, or in the plural sense, nikamot. It rather comes close to the English sense, the English word of retribution. So the word that is often translated as vengeance, as we have here, to whom vengeance belong, or some might even say revenge, but the sense of vengeance here, Hebraically in nikama, singular, and nikamot, rather comes close to the English word of retribution, right? As we have elsewhere, vengeance is mine and recompense, which is payment, recompense for Yahweh. Jehovah will judge Amo, will judge Amo, will judge Amo, will judge his people, his Amo. We have this in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 35. Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 35, where it reads, vengeance is mine, retribution, that's to say retribution, nakama, is mine, and recompense, which is to say payment, is mine. For Yahweh will judge his people. The moment I and I recognize righteousness to be an essential quality of the divine nature, the divine nature, it is impossible to overlook the penal activity, the penal, to say the punishment, like in court, like in a justice system, the penal activity, right, of the divine government, the divine government. A righteous Elohim, power, God, judge, cannot condone chet, sin, uckery, crime, and inhumanity. When the righteous, the tzaddikim, the righteous ones were down pressed, and the wicked, the rishaim, the ratchet ones, defiant ones, triumph, the psalmists collectively deem it not only allowable. So from the Hebrew perspective and the perspective of the psalmist, they deemed it not only allowable, but their sacred duty to pray for the destruction of the insolent rulers who poisoned the fountains of justice and crushed the poor, the widow, and the orphan. It's interesting right here in this word right here. Burhana Selassie, Robert Nesta Marley, better known as Bob Marley, and the Wailers, they have that tune where it says, pray for the judgment day, right? We have to pray for the judgment day. And this comes close to this idea here in the notes that when the righteous were down pressed and the ratchet, the wicked triumph, the psalmist, right? And I should deem it not only allowable, but I sacred duty to pray for the downstruction, the deconstruction of the insolent rulers who poison the fountains of justice and crush the poor, the widow, and the orphan. Here we have, this even points to the Rastafari, the creed. When we look into the creed right there. So here we have shine forth, right? Shine forth. El Nikamot, Yahuwah El Nikamot, Hofia. This word there. Hofia. Shine forth is from the Yafa, as we pointed out right here, to send out beams, to shine, also in the sense of shewing oneself, causing oneself to be seen. What do we have here? We have here an interesting link with Psalm 50, verse 2. Psalm 50, verse 2. So we're going to use the scroll right here. I'm not going to bring it up right there on the screen, but check out Psalm 50. Let's look at Psalm 50 right here, looking at key words here. We have Psalm 50 at verse 2. All right, Psalm 50 at verse 2. You know what? I said I wasn't, but I think I'll bring this out right here just to compare key words right here. Instead of vengeance, let me put the word shine. Let's see, shine. Right, let's see, shine. Let's see, shine forth. Let's see, shine right here. bring this up right here. Okay, Psalm 80. No, right here, 50. Here we go, 50 and 2. All right, 50 and 2. All right, so this is Psalm 50 right here. Now, Psalm 50 is an interesting theme to Psalm 50. Is in Psalm 50 we have a theme, Yisrael, Israel arraigned. Israel arraigned. You know, when somebody get an arraignment, they're being brought up on charges, right? So here we have a psalm of Asaph, the mighty God, even the Lord, have spoken and called the earth from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof. Right here, here. Mizmor le Asaph. El Elohim Yahuwah Diber Wayikra Aretz. Mia Mizarach Shemesh Ad Mebo'o, from the rising of the light of the sun even to the going, it's been the going of that light. But here we get to the second verse. This is where we have the quote right here, this word here from Yafa, right? Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, it says God hath shined forth. Me Sion, me from Sion from Zion, me Kalal Yofi, me Kalal, to say the like summary, the perfection in that sense, me Kalal Yofi of beauty. Elohim, the almighty powers, Elohim, Hophia, Elohim, Hophia has Yafat. So here they had a note right here we'd like to share right here. As the sun illuminates the land, the earthly plane, so Elohim brings light, brings illumination to the human mind and soul, Points of Psalm and scripture, Psalm 80, roundabout verse 2, verse 1, verse 2, and right here, Psalm 94. Psalm 94 here, the first verse. Now the passage in Deuteronomy, once again a reference to Devarim, Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 2, seems to have been in the psalmist's mind. Right there. So this idea of shining forth, like a revelation sense, but not just in the physical sense of kind of shining forth, right? But also within the hearts and mind, within the sense of the hearts and minds. Here. Let's see if we can bring this up to today's daily psalm again. Let me bring this up right here, just to touch on the first and second verses of today's daily psalm, right? The evening psalm, Psalm 94. And here to the second verse. Lift up thyself. Let's bring up the bait verse right here. Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth. Render a reward to the proud. Here. Hinase shofet haaretz. Hinase from nasa, to lift up. Hinase, almost like to lift up, one lifting up themselves. Hinase shofet, judge haaretz, of the earth. Shofet haaretz, the judge of the earth. Hinase shofet haaretz, hasheba gemul al geyim. Hashev, render, hashev, in other words, to shub. That's the sense of like turn to them, to return to them. Translated as the sense of render, right? Render, right? Render to them, the sense of paying, to recompense them, the sense of recompensing, turning. It can be used in various senses, but the sense here is like to render, like to turn to them, return to them. Hashev gemul, right? A gemul, a dealing, a recompense, like a benefit. The interesting thing about this word right here, gemul, right? Gemul can be, it's like treatment, right? Like treat them, right? It's an act, but it can be an act of good, Like for good, give them good. For ill, give them ill. The implication is like service, like or requital, like it's like a requital. So the sense here is like turn to them a like a treatment, for if they have done good, then return to them good. Evil, return to them evil. The context brings out the sense render a reward to the proud. Hasheb Gemul all upon Gayim, all Gayim, upon the Gayim, right? Ge'eh, Ge'eh. Ge'eh is the proud. Ge'eh, Ge'eh, Ge'eh is the proud. The Gayim is a plural sense, or like the proud one. As you can see here, Strong's has the lofty, figuratively like the arrogant. Ga'ah, Ga'ah, here's the verb. Ga'ah, Ga'ah. Ga'ah has a sense of like to rise up, to grow up, but more better, Strong's bring it out a little bit better, to mount up, general sense to rise, but to mount up, right? Like the pride, the proud, the gaim. So what do we have right here? The assert thy supremacy as the judge of man, as we have in Psalm 7, roundabout verse 6, verse 7, right? Assert thy supremacy. Hinase shofet haaretz. It's almost like lift up thyself, O judge. Like like the judge, like when the judge comes in the court, so to speak, all rise, and when the judge goes up to the judgment seat, where the judge or the judges will sit. This is the sense here. Hinase shofet haaretz. Assert thy supremacy as the judge of the whole land, and therefore the judge of man. Interesting in this phrase that we have right here. We can say this is very Abrahamic right here. This phrase, shofet haaretz, shofet haaretz, thou judge, from the root sense to shafat. Shofet, the one who does the shafat. Shofet haaretz, judge of the earth. Because in Bereshith, in Genesis chapter 18, verse 25, Chabarim, this is the very same words that Abraham, when he had that close encounter with HaShalush HaKadosh, the Hebrew Trinity, the true Trinity, HaShalush HaKadosh, and he reasoned with Yahweh, right? He reasoned with Jehovah. What did he say? He called out he who he be's attributes as the Shofet Haaretz, as the judge of the earth, to render, right, a reward, to render a recompense. Hasheb Gemul, upon who? All Geim, upon the Geim, upon the proud, the men who vaunt themselves in their high station, right, in their high station, and use their position in society ruthlessly, right? So this concept of rendering and recompense, we can find it in other Psalms, like Psalm 28, right, round about verse 4, right? Psalm 28, round about verse 4. Let's just go there for a moment. Psalm 28. We're just summing up just the first two verses here, today's daily psalm, where it says right here. It says verse 4. It's verse 4. Here we go. Give them according to their deeds. Psalm 28, verse 4. Give them according to their deeds and according to the evil of their endeavors. Give them after the work of their hands. Render to them their desert. This is the sense right here, right? Pleading on the divine judge, Yahweh, Jehovah, he who he be, as the El Nekamot, as the almighty power, the God of vengeances, or the God of retribution, right? Of retribution. And as we go through the psalm in the full, right, one can get the hopefully the sense in the details. A little bit more right here. Look, double wide is going to move forward right here. Just a touch on the evening psalm, Psalm 94. Plea for divine vengeance, right? Plea for divine retribution. Got to pray, as the Rastaman say, pray for the judgment day. Yes, I.
Light מזמור צד. אל נקמות אדוני, אל נקמות הופיע, הנשא שופט הארץ, השב גמול על גאים. עד מתי רשעים אדוני, עד מתי רשעים יעלוזו, יביעו ידברו עתק, יתאמרו כל פועלי אבן. עמך אדוני ידכאו, ונחלתך יענו, אלמנה וגר יהרוגו, ויתומים ירצחו. ויאמרו לא יראה ולא יבין אלוהי יעקב. בינו בוערים בעם, וכסילים מתי תשכילו. הנוטע אוזן הלא ישמע, אם יוצר עין הלא יביט. היוסר גויים הלא יוכיח, המלמד אדם דעת. אדוני יודע מחשבות אדם, כי המה הבל. אשרי הגבר אשר תייסרנו יה, ומתורתך תלמדנו. להשקיט לו מימי רע, עד יקרא לרשע שחת. כי לא יטוש אדוני עמו, ונחלתו לא יעזוב. כי עד צדק ישוב משפט, ואחריו כל ישרי לב. מי יקום לי עם מרעים, מי יתייצב לי עם פועלי אבן. לולא אדוני עזרת לי, כמעט שכנה דומה נפשי. אם אמרתי מה תרגלי, חסדך אדוני יסעדני. ברוב שר אפי בקרבי, תנחומך ישעשעו נפשי. היי חברך כיסא אבות, יוצר עמל עלי חוק. יגודו על נפש צדיק, ודם נקי ירשיעו. ויהי אדוני לי למשגב, ואלוהי לצור מחסי. וישב עליהם את אונם, וברעתם יצמיתם. יצמיתם אדוני אלוהינו, 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 אלוהינו.
Yes, 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 yes. So that right there was the English. The English, that's the Hebrew there. Look over the English right here, here, here.
Psalm 94. O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself. Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth. Render a reward to the proud. Lord, how long shall the wicked triumph? How long shall they utter and speak hard things, and all the workers of iniquity boast themselves? They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise? He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that chastiseth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth man knowledge, shall not he know? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, and teachest him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence. When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which framest mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense. My God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off.
Yes, yes, yes. So this brings us here to this Torah portion, this reading and feeding right here, here. Balak, Balak. 40th sabbatical study here. 40th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. So here we have the my sword right here. Software Numbers chapter 22. Here we pick up with this 40th sabbatical study for Balak. Balak. Let's bring that up right there. Balak. Balak. It's the H1111 reference right there. Balak. Balak. BDB brings out the definition Balak as devastator. Devastator. Right? Who was he? He was the king of Moab. Moab who hired Balaam to curse Yisrael. Now the name originates from Balak. So what we have right here is both a name, Balak, but here this right here is the verb, Balak, Balak. You know, Balak, to waste, to lay waste, to devastate, to make waste, devastated, right? Getting down to the Strong's definition, a primitive root to annihilate or to make a waste. So this is the name of this Torah portion, reading and feeding for Parashat Balak. Also, there's a theme right here. Give thanks to John J. Parsons and the others out there as well, Hebrew for Christians. Also, we have some more up on our website at the lojs.org. But here, giving a little overview for this Torah reading and feeding, this Torah portion, Balak. Balak. All right, so the name right there, Balak, devastator, Balak. Right, this Torah portion is named after a Moabite king, Balak. He was said to be a fretful Moabite king who sought to curse the Beta Israel people, the Beit Israel people, the Israelite people. How? How did he seek to curse the Israelite people? By hiring the service of a ratchet, a wicked Midianite, quote, prophet. We call him a prophet. Some might call him a false prophet, but I say, wait, hold on for a moment. Because remember, even Balaam, he knows of Yahweh, right? And he recognized he can't go beyond. You know, he tried to get permission from Yahweh to curse, and instead he has to bless. So what kind of a prophet is this Balaam, right? Bilaam, right? He's also a subject matter in this Torah reading and feeding. He's something like a preacher for hire, like somebody, you know, like some people who might know God, they know God's word, but they use their knowledge very dubiously, right? But at a certain point, if they know that Yah tells them, well, you can't curse this one right here, they won't even attempt to. This is like the case, you know what I mean? But still, he's after that filthy lucre, right? Balaam. So we call him this pastor, preacher, prophet for hire. But he has a little bit of like an Obiaman sense to him. Just want to point that out. And yet Obia is in the Torah, it's in the scripts. King Balak, right? His plan was to employ Bilaam, his sorcery, right? His sorcery, right? What Kashafut, his sorcery against the Bnei Yisrael, against the Israelites, to prevent them, actually to use this this prophet for hire, this spiritualist's sorcery, right, or spiritual, you can say divination, to prevent the Bnei Yisrael, the Israelites, from entering the land of promise, the promised land. Now, there's something very similar. John J. Parsons observed this, but it's a good observation. Something very similar to this ironic, this irony, this delicious, some people say irony, that befell the villain Haman in the book of Esther, right? The book of Esther. However, this king of Moab, Balak, his scheme was upended. And the curse that he wanted, that he sought, he was wanty for a curse against the Bnei Yisrael. What he sought to put upon the Beit Yisrael, the Beta Israel people, was repeatedly pronounced as a baraka, as a blessing by Balaam instead. After several foiled attempts, there were several foiled attempts to curse the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Israel, the Israelites. Balak finally dismissed this prophet for hire from his service. But before departing from the rejected Melech, the rejected king, the king of Moab, Balaam, he ironically prophesied. This is what's interesting when we read with we read carefully the narrative right here. He actually prophesied, right? He prophesied of the destruction of the Moabites and the establishment of Yisrael. So the shameful story, shame of Balaam. He knows of Yahweh. He says that to Balak. He says, yeah, like I'll go with you. I want to curse them, but I know Yahweh says don't curse them, so I have to do what Yahweh says. But he still tries to get that, that filthy lucre, because Balak promises him, like, if you can do this, I'm really going to hit you off. So you want to get hit off, but he know that Yahweh told him not to, you can't do that. And then there's the whole story of the donkey, the talking donkey, right? The shameful story of Balaam, it reveals a very interesting principle, right? Judaically, Hebraically, often used against enchantment, divination, or obia. And it's based on Numbers chapter 23, verse 23. Let's see if we can go here, right here. Numbers chapter 23, right? Let's go down here to verse 23. What do we have here? In Numbers chapter 23, surely no enchantment against Yaakov, against Jacob, neither any divination against Israel. According to this time, it shall be said of Yaakov, of Jacob, and of Israel, what hath El wrought? What has El the Almighty wrought? Right? Against, let's see what it says against. There's no divination against. Here they say, or better, in Yisrael. Let's bring this out right here in the Hebrew. This is one of the key verses, the key themes right here. Okay, let's see right here. The Hebrew right here says, ki lo nahasha b'Yaakov. There's no nahash. Interesting, because nahash is actually serpent. Nahash. You see nahash right there? The H5173, nahash. But nahash here in this sense is divination, enchantment. As a noun, incantation or augury, enchantment. It's from nahash, right? To practice divination, to divine, to observe signs. Also has a sense of learning by experience, diligently observe, practicing fortune telling as an omen. What's interesting that this word here too, the same word nahash, as you see from Strong's, a primitive root, properly means to hiss. That is to whisper, to whisper a magic spell, right? Spelling, right? Generally to prognosticate. It kind of reminds me sometimes, and sometimes we, even saints, sometimes can fall into this and hopefully be delivered out of it. It's like the what if syndrome. What if this? What if that? Like always kind of like seeing like, like something bad is going to happen. Like you hear sometimes people say like something bad is going to happen. Like they prognosticate, they soothsay it, but it doesn't happen. But I wonder, is that like kind of like this in a sense? But here's what it says right here. It says there is no nahash, but the word nahash also means serpent. In fact, let's just do this right here. Nahash. I had to just bring this out because I thought they would link this here. Nahash, copper. Nehash is bronze, right? Nahash, there we go right there. Nahash You see that right there, Nachash, the H5175, Nachash, serpent snake, right? Serpent snake, Nachash, right? They say right here from Nachash. So the serpent snake is from the Hebrew word Nachash. So there's the Nachash as the noun, serpent snake, and then there's Nachash as the verb, right? To practice, to practice divination, as it were. Let's bring this back right here. So it says, surely no Nachash against Yaakov, against Jacob. Ki lo Nachash be Yaakov with lo kesem, right? And there's no kesem. Look how ISV brings it out. No satanic plan against Jacob nor divination. So the kesem in Hebrew, the kesem, bring this out right here, right? The kesem, where's the kesem? Right there, the kesem. Kesem also is loosely defined as divination, witchcraft. And you can see right here where it says, of the nations, Balaam, of false prophets, in a good sense, but the same word kesem, if we look at this, I think it's in Mishle Shlomo, the Proverbs of Solomon, right? It uses the same word kesem in the good sense, that the king's lips, the lips of the king, as oracles, in a good sense, is also kesem. It's also kesem, right? Find that right there. But usually it's a divine sentence, right? Divination. Even we have Yosef speaking about that y'all think that a man like me cannot divine. He says this right there as well. So you see what it says, a lot of divination, a lot, right? Some say like dice, like rolling of dice, so to speak, a divination, including its feet, right? And then from that often is connected a oracular pronouncement, like an oracle, right? So the kesem. So there's no kesem. It says right here, with low kesem, right there. You see, we highlighting it right there. With low kesem be Yisrael. And there's no kesem. They say against Israel, but the Hebrew says like, against or in Yisrael. Ka'et, from the time Yeamer, it shall be said. From the time it shall be said, Ka'eta Yeamer Yaakov, it shall be said of Jacob, Ule Yisrael, and of Yisrael, Ma Pa'al, Ma Pa'al El. This part right here, Ma, what Pa'al, what does he practice? What does God practice? Right? What does God do almost habitually? Right? It's like what has he made? What has he done? But this use of the verb pa'al has a sense of like when we use it in the Hebrew to say like those who do evil, the more better translation be like those who practice, those who do it like habitually. Right? But this word pa'al has that same sense. Like what does El, the Almighty, what does he do? What does he work? Ma pa'al El. What has El accomplished? What has he wrought? Right? To bring out the sense of Pa'al. Right? Notice this right here. You see where it says Pa'al? A primitive root to do or to make. But the difference between this and Asa and Ma'aseh is Pa'al is to do systematically or habitually, as it says right there, especially to practice. So what does El, the Almighty, do? What he does for Yaakov, what he does for Yisrael is protect them that no scheme, no weapon or scheme might devise against El's will, Ha'el's will, Yahweh's will ever prosper. So we get a principle out of this Hebraically, known as the Ain Od Milbado. Ain Od Milbado. Right? That's like to say that there's like no weapon formed against. Right? There is none other except him. Literally, it means like there is none other except him. So in terms of Yehudi or Israelite in dealing with sorcery or cult or people who are doing like witchcraft, obia, or magic, the sense of this mantra, Ain Od Milbado, is if one has faith that there's none other power than him, then even one who is doing something against one, if you belong to him, then there, it's like deuces. It neutralizes that because there's none other power. It's not like, well, there's the good power here and then there's the bad. Even the bad power, right, derives like an allowance from the Almighty because he is the power. He is the source. Ain Od Milbado. Along with that is the Isaiah 54. Just to point out this right here, the Isaiah 54, chapter 54, verses 15 to 17. Just briefly right here. If anyone stirs up strife, this is the English Standard Version. If anyone stirs up strife, it is not from me. Whoever stirs up strife with you shall fall because of you. Behold, I have created the smith who bloweth the fire of coals and produces a weapon for its purpose. I have also created the ravager to destroy. No weapon that is fashioned against you shall succeed, and you shall refute every tongue that rises against you in judgment. This is the heritage of the servants of Yahweh and their vindication from me. Their righteousness, their vindication from me declares Yahweh, declares Jehovah. Right there. I think some of y'all know that particular verse. We know it in a kind of another reading right there. Let's see if we can bring this up right here. The Smith, right? Let's see the Smith right here. The Smith. Is it over here? Boom, we're right there. Here we go, right here. These verses here. Behold, they shall surely gather together, not by me. Whosoever shall gather together against thee, the eye shall fall for thy sake. Behold, I've created the smith, right? The harash that bloweth the coals in the ash, in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument, for his work. I have created the waster. Interesting here, this waster here is the shahat, right? To destroy. Here. No weapon that is formed against thee, against the eye, shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in the judgment, thou shalt condemn. Why? Because this is the heritage. This is the Nahala, Nahala. This is the heritage of the servants of Yahweh, of Jehovah, and their righteousness, to say their vindication is of I, saith Yahweh. So that right there, just touching on this Torah reading and feeding. And the theme here, Habarim, is overruling the wicked, right? The wicked. And here our example here is Balak. But who was this mysterious prophet, right? This mysterious prophet Bilaam, right? Who was Bilaam, right? So let's go down right here, right? Bilaam. When does Bilaam get introduced into this right here? There we go, right there, verse 7, right? When the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the rewards of Kesem, the fee, the money for the Kesem, right, in their hand. And they came to Balaam, right, or Bilaam. They came to Bilaam and spake to him the words of Balak. So who was Bilaam? According to Yehudi tried in tradition, Yaakov, Jacob's wicked uncle Laban, which means white. Laban had a son named Beor, right? Beor, who became the father of Balaam, of Balaam. In other words, the cursing prophet Balaam was none other than the grandson of Laban. Now Laban, I don't know if you remember Laban or Laban. Yaakov's the evil, we call him the evil uncle, right? Evil Uncle White, right? Evil Uncle White, Laban, right? And if you look at the family link, the family tree, the family connection right there, they're there. Descendancy from Moab, the Moabites, we get Balak, right? And then the descendancy from Laban, the son Beor, and from Beor through Egypt, we get Bilaam, right? And here we get this right here in this Exodus trod, the Exodus tradition. Now, let's note that the name Beor, right? Because does it give us a further definition? It will describe him later on, who he was, so forth and so on. Beor. In fact, let's just do this right here. Let's just look up Balaam. Let's look up Balaam right here, right? Because he's also a named character here, Balaam, and even in Revelation, in Revelation, we get a warning concerning Balaam, right? In Revelation. Let's go all the way up to Revelation right here. Revelation 2:14, it says, "But I have a few things against thee, because thou hast thee them that hold the doctrine or the teaching of Balaam, who taught Balak." You see how Balak is being spelled right there, Balac, right? The Balac, right? Balak, elsewise Blak, right? To cast a stumbling block before the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, to eat things sacrificed to idols and to commit fornication. Right now, what's being mentioned here in Revelation is part of the narrative here, but just a casual reading, one would miss this. Right? It would seem like, well, he was called forward to curse Yisrael, to curse Israel. Yahweh told him don't do it. That means he had some knowledge or relationship to Yahweh, right? As far as, and we can see that link, that connection, if he is a descendant of Laban and Laban's house, and also the connection with the Midianites as well. We can say a loose Abrahamic connection right there. But what we have right here is not overtly mentioned in this Torah reading and feeding, because after this, what's going to happen is there's going to be a battle later on, right? And then it's going to mention how Balaam, right, led by Phineas, right, for the priest side, that Balaam will be killed in this battle when they are getting nakama, when they go to get nakama or vengeance. Yahweh says, yes, now you may get vengeance, and vengeance is his, is Yahweh's. Yahweh says to Yisrael, get vengeance against the Midianites. And in that vengeance against the Midianites, Balaam is going to be slain. But this part here in Revelation where it says that but I have a few things against thee, because thou hast them, right, that hold the doctrine of Balaam. Now notice, in this portion of Revelation, right, in this portion of Revelation, who is being spoken to? It's the angel of the church in Pergamos, right? The angel of the church in Pergamos. It's basically speaking to the different communities of the saints in the different dispensations. And here we have the angel of the church of Pergamos. And what it says here, I know thy works and where thou dwellest, even where Satan's seat is, and thou holdest fast my name. So this points to the period of time in Rome, right? In Rome, the faithful that were in Rome, and where Satan's seat is. And thou holdest fast my name, and hast not denied my faith, even in the days wherein Antipas was my faithful martyr, who was slain among you, where Satan dwelleth. So it's actually here, the red letter in the red letter Bible, Revelation, is speaking to the different communities, we could say, of Christians, community of faithful. So it's interesting that we get to verse 14 where it says, but I have a few things against thee. So first, the complimentary things to this church, this community of saints. But here, the reproof, right, that I have a few things against thee, because thou hast them that hold the doctrine, the didache teaching, right? In the Hebrew, that would be like a Talmud, a teaching, the Didache, the teaching, the instruction, right? But whose instruction is it, right? It's the instruction of Bilaam, of Balaam. And now it mentions this, that Balaam is the one who taught Balak. He taught Balak. And this Torah portion, the 40th Torah portion, reading and feeding, is Balak. Block, right? Block, right? Taught Balak to cast a stumbling block before the Bnei Yisrael, before the sons of Israel, to eat things sacrificed to idols and to commit fornication. And this is exactly what you're going to see happen in the wilderness. The wilderness trod here in this fourth book is coming up. It's coming up. But let's note this right here. Once again, right here, Balaam, all right, just went there. So Balaam is actually mentioned about 59 times, right, from Old to New Testament, right here. So let's note that the name Beor, you see where it says, he sent messengers therefore to Balaam, the son of Beor, Beor, right? Beor is brought out as burning. Beor, father of Balaam, father of Bala, says king of Edom, right? In Hebrews from the sense of Ba'ar. You know, in Psalm 94, the Wednesday evening psalm, where it says, "O ye brutish among the people," it actually links with this word Ba'ar. "O ye brutish among the people." The first sense of Ba'ar, the Hebrew two truths, the first sense of the word is to burn, to consume, to kindle, right? To kindle, right? As you can see right here, to kindle, to burn. The second sense, you see the second, the number two, is to be stupid, right? To be stupid, to be brutish, right? Or in a sense, barbarous, right? It's a verbal denominative. So in Psalm 94, where it says, "O ye brutish," right? The brutish amongst the people, right? It uses the ba'ar sense, the stupid, the dull-hearted, the unreceptive. You see the nephile sense, to be stupid, dull-hearted. Can also have the sense of feeding, grazing, right? Grazing right there. So it's kind of a dual sense there, Strong's simplify it there. To kindle, ba'ar, to kindle, that is to consume by fire. Like, you know, as fire burns something, it consumes it. And the sense of that Hebraically is like eating, right? By fire or by eating. In a denominative sense, is to become or to be brutish. Where it says, "Ye brutish among the people" in Psalm 94, ye stupid among the people. So to note that right there in the name Beor, right? Balaam, the Balaam connection, the sense of burning, like a lamp can be burning. Beor here is the name of the father of an Edomitish king. Also is that of Balaam, right? The Ba'ar sense, once again. So it says, he sent messengers, therefore, to Balaam, the son of Beor, to Pethor, right? Pethor here, the BDB brings out Pethor as soothsayer. They said Pethor was a town in Mesopotamia and the home of Balaam, located on a river, they say site unknown. Pethor, a foreign origin, Pethor. That is by the river of the land of the children of his people. All right, doesn't really specify who his people are. Right, his people, to call him, saying, "Behold, there is a people come out from Mitzrayim," the Tawi, the two lands called ancient Egypt. "Behold, they cover the face of the earth." The context here of the Eretz, they cover the face of the land. They cover the face of the land, the earth, and they abide over against me. And they abide over against me. Notice what it says right here in the Hebrew. The Hebrew is the eye, right? So when it says over, they cover over the face, the ayin. They cover over the eye of the land. This is how he said it in the Hebrew. They cover over the eye of the land, the ayin, right? The ayin of the land. right? They cover over, right? They cover the eye of the land, and they abide over against me. Like they're in my area, they're in my face, right? Now, so let's note right here concerning Beor, just some basic overruling the ratchet, the wicked. First, we have to, do a little profiling, right? Who is Balak, right? Who is Balaam, right? And what about this name Beor? So Beor, it first appears in connection with a king, right? With the king of Edom. As you can see, Bala, king of Edom. In Exodus 20, in Genesis 36, 36, 32. Genesis 36, 32. What does it read right there? ESV. Bala, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, the name of his city being Dinhaba. Dinhaba. So Bala, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom in Genesis 36, 32. The name of his city being Dinhaba. Dinhaba. So we first get this link of Beor with Edom. This suggests that Balaam might have once been a king of the Edomites, or of the descendants of Esau, the descendants of Esau. Further note, when we look at the Hebraic phonetic similarity to Peor, right? Peor. There's another spot. This comes up a little bit later on to Peor. Let's just bring this out for you right here, Peor. So we have Beor, and then we have Peor, like Peoria. You see right there? This is in this Torah reading and feeding. Numbers 23, 28. And Balak brought Balaam to the top of Peor. So we have Beor and Peor. So even etymologically, phonetically, very close relation here is Peor. Peor is a cleft. Peor, right? Peor is a cleft. Here it says a false, other people's God worshipped in Moab, corresponding to Baal, right? Right there. Peor means gap. It was like the Lord of Baal Peor, the Lord of the gap, the Lord of the opening, right? They had some very nasty sexual, exactly what it says in Revelation, right? To seduce them, to eat things that sacrifice to idols, and to participate in fornication and in fornication, right? So here, the top of Peor that looked toward Yeshimon, looked towards Jeshimon. So if Beor and Peor are the same, or somehow very similar, then Balaam was actually a prophet of Baal Peor. Baal Peor. Who is Baal Peor? Well, look right there. In Numbers chapter 25 and 3, it says, and Israel joined himself to Baal Peor. Remember, it says in Revelation 2 or 14, it says, to teach Yahweh's servants, right? How Balak, was taught by Balaam, that seduction, how to seduce the children of Israel. Well, this is it right here, Numbers 25 and 3. His advice, the doctrine of Balaam. And Israel joined himself to Baal Peor, the Lord of the gap, right? The Lord of the gap. And when we put it into context, there's a very sexual dimension to this. Basically, the Moabites and the Midianites did not want a war with the children of Israel. So based on Balaam's advice, they basically sent their young women, their daughters, young women, maybe their wives too, to seduce the children of Israel. It's almost like for lack of a better point of reference, it's like the strip clubs, except the strip clubs, these were empowered even more overtly so in the connection of idolatrous worships of other people's deities and gods. So one of the spots, the hot spot, was the Baal Peor, or the Lord, the husband of the gap, the Lord of the opening, right? They say the deity was worshipped at Peor with probable licentious rights. I mean, when we study the Hebrew and understand the little nuances of even the names, even the name Baal Peor, what does it mean? Lord of the Gap. What gap? Go figure. You know, so here this was a Moabitish deity. So what happened was that this was part of that vice, the doctrine of Balaam. The reason why he could not curse Yisrael, he deduced, is because they were in this holy kind of covenant state. But if you can, so therefore you can't curse them because they're under the holy covenant of Yahweh Elohim. But if you can get them to defile themselves, so in a sense, they would curse themselves. So get them to defile themselves. Don't throw a curse at them. They're protected. But if you can get them to defile themselves, they'll come from under that protection. And part of that strategy was for the Moabites to send their woman as well as the Midianites. That's what leads later on to Phineas, the Phineas Torah portion, reading and feeding. So just to bring this out here and to note this here, right? This was a local Semitic or Afro-Semitic deity. Balaam was regarded as a great seer, right? Some would say a magician, right? An adept. Today we might call him an adept in the occult, right? He was an adept in the occult. Speaking of Balaam, speaking of the one they call Balaam. Notice what Balaam can mean Hebraically. Bilaam. Right? Belay, like without the people or not of the people. Bilaam. Bilaam can be brought out as not of the people. He's a son of Beor, a man gifted or endowed with the gift of prophecy, right? Of prophecy. We can even say, based on the Torah portion, reading and feeding, with a certain communion or communication he knew of Yahweh Elohim. However, he had a evil eye, right? Ein hara. He had the ein hara. Ein hara. He had an evil eye. And he was able to draw on spirits, right? Even spirits of what one might say demons, right? To anything that he gazed upon. Some of the ancient teachings of Perkei Avot 5 and 22 brings that out, that he had an evil eye, Ein Ra. And part of his occult, adeptness was that he could draw the spirit of demons, like he cast the spirit of demons upon that which he gazed upon. And his notoriety made him famous. And powerful people asked him to invoke curses, right, on their enemies. In Sanhedrin 106a, it states that Balaam, he became so famous as a occultic magician, a prophet for hire, an obeah, that he later became a chief advisor to Pharaoh, to the great house of Mitzrayim, of the Tawi. It was said that it was Balaam, who advised the new Pharaoh, you could say the new, like they said, the White House, the great house, Pharaoh, great house, to put into bondage the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, after the time of Yosef, and to afflict them with brutal taskmasters in Exodus chapter 1, verse 8 to 11. So we turn to Exodus chapter 1, verses 8 to 11, where Paro down presses the Bnei Yisrael, where it says, now there rose a new Sutin Biti, over the Tawi, over Mitzrayim, who did not know Yusuf, Yawasaf, Joseph. And he said to Amo, notice what it says in Exodus chapter 1, verse 9. And he said to Amo, he said to his people. Notice that right there. He said to his people, behold, the people of Yisrael are too many, too enough, and too mighty for I, and I come. Let us deal shrewdly or wisely with them, lest they multiply, and if war breaks out, they join our enemies and fight against us and escape from the land. There's some very interesting instruction that's given right here. And as we break down this instruction, we can tell both also what historic period of time that occurred, right, within the Tawi, what they call ancient Egypt. But he said this to Amo, to his people. Behold, the people, the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel are too many. The people who are of the people of Israel, right, the influence as Hebrews too, is too mighty for us. Come, let us deal shrewdly, wisely with them, lest unless they multiply, they're going to keep on increasing. And if war breaks out, so it's a situation, time where they're fearing that a war could break out, and they, speaking of the Bnei Yisrael, Amo Yisrael, right, would join our enemies. Why would they join the enemy and fight against us? And this is the key thing: escape from the land and escape from the land. They'll join our enemies. They'll fight against us, right? Obviously beating us, and then escape from the land. Therefore, they set taskmasters over them to afflict them with heavy burdens. They built for Paro storehouse cities, right? Built up or renovated in that sense, Pitom, right? And Raamases, right? And Ramesses. Now, some say that this right here, right, was Balaam, right? Balaam, right? According to Exodus chapter 1, verses 8 to 11. Now, there's some more information on the identity of Balaam. You know, we're going to touch on that, hopefully, on the curses of Balaam. The curses of Balaam. But right here, for this Torah reading and feeding right here, let's bring this up right here for the first words right here. Let's bring this up. Give me one moment. Balak. Let's get to the first words. As this Torah reading and feeding, here we pick up with Numbers chapter 22 from verse 2 to Numbers chapter 25 verse 9. For Parashat Balak. Parashat, the Torah portion reading and feeding. Balak. All right, so here. Let's bring up the Hebrew right. Okay, the English, the basic English right here. And Balak, the son of Zippor or Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. So the opening verse for Parashat Balak, this 40th sabbatical study, is, and Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Yisrael had done to the Amorites. Here. Bring out the Hebrew right here. Wayar Balak ben Tzipor 8 call Asher Asa Yisrael la Amori. Wayar, right here. Wayar, wa and yar, and ra'a, to see, wayar, and he saw, wayar, and he saw, wayar, and he's seeing, Balak, and Balak seeing, or Balak saw, wayar Balak ben Zippor, son of Zippor. So Balak, right, his name means to waste, to destroy. He is identified as Ben Zippor, son of Zippor. Here, Zippor. What is Zippor? Zippor is like a little bird, a sparrow, right? A sparrow from Safar in the Hebrew, right? Safar in the Hebrew has a sense of whistle, to chirp, right? Like a twitterer. You could call him Twitter, right? Sipor is like a Twitter, right? Sipor. You can see that Sipor is a noun masculine. You remember Moses' wife is Sipporah. So the feminine, Sipporah. Here we have Ben Zippor, son of Zippor, son of Twitterer. Right, Zippor. You can see this right here. It's a little bird, a hopping bird, a twitterer bird, a chirping bird. Wayar Balak ben Zippor 8. Okay, the 8. Where's the 8 right there? The 8. What is the 8 right there? The 8 is a direct object marker, like the accusative object marker, direct object marker. So, and Balak, son of Zippor, saw, what did he see? 8. It points the direction of what he saw. Call, right? What did he see? Call, right? He saw all Asher, right? He saw all Asher, that which Asa did, Yisrael, that Israel did, la amori, that all that Israel had done, all that Israel had done, call Asher Asa, call Asher Asa, Yisrael, call Asher Asa, Yisrael. So all that Yisrael had done, La Amori, to the Amori, to the big talkers. The big talkers. Who are the big talkers? Who are the High Mori? Who is High Mori? High Mori, the Amori. There you go, right there. The Amori, the Amorites, the Amori, Amori, a sayer. They are the big sayers, right? Talker from Amar. Amar means to speak, right? Amori, to say an Amorite, one of the peoples of the east of Canaan, right? And beyond Yarden, Jordan, dispossessed by the Bnei Yisrael incursion from Mitzrayim, right? So we have Ha Amori, right? Here it says it's a name derived from the sense, you see what it says? Publicity. Ha Amori, right? Prominence. They were also mountaineers. They dwelt up in the mountains. The Emorites, the Amorites, but Hebraically we call them, Amori, Ha Amori, the big talkers, the big sayers. So here's the opening verse right here. This is the opening verse right here. All right, here we go right here. Wayar Balak Abena Tzipor 8 call Asher Asa Yisrael La Amori. And Balak, the son of Tzipor, saw all that Yisrael had done to the Amorites, had done to the big talker. We can put this into like another context right here. It's like when the little man, right? The little man, right, beats up the bully, right? Everybody else gets afraid. Everybody's like, wow, that the little man could beat up the bully, right? So because Yisrael had done, we could say, blacken the eye of High Mori, this new generation. And so when Balak, the son of Zippor, he was the Melech of Moab, the king of Moab, when he saw this, he got fretted. He figured that, well, if the Israelites, the Bnei Yisrael, if they did that to them, to the big talkers, to the Amorites, the Amori, then we don't really stand a chance in going up against the children of Israel. So he felt the next best thing, right, was to get a prophet for hire, one who could curse the Bnei Yisrael, the children of Israel, and that is, Balak. Balak, he got Balaam. That is Balaam right here. You see right here where it says, and he sent messengers, therefore, to Balaam, the son of Beor, to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people. You see that key right there? This is why some of the scholars link that with Exodus, chapter 1, verse 8 to 11. That section there where he say he spoke to his people. When it got the link here, by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, behold, there is a people come out from Mitzrayim. Behold, they cover the face or the eye, the ayin, right? The face or the eye, right? They cover the face or the eye of the earth or the eye of the eretz. They cover the eye of the land, and they abide over against me. And then he says, furthermore, he says, come now, therefore, I pray the eye, curse, right? Damn this people for me. Arar, to curse has a sense of like damning, like to damn, extricate, to damn this people. Arar me, this people, for they are too mighty. Notice what he says, they are too mighty, atzum, they are mighty, vast, numerous, got enough numbers, enough deep for me. Peradventure, perhaps I shall prevail, that we, right, that we may smite them. Now, this is inclusive talk here. And that I may drive them out of the land. Notice that what he says right there. Notice how you go from he sent this message to Balaam. He says, listen, I pray you, curse me this people, for they're too mighty for me. Perhaps I shall prevail. We may smite them, that I may drive them out of the land. For I wot that he whom thou I know. That's to say, I know, I wot, Old English, I know that he whom thou blessest, bless, and he whom thou cursest is cursed. Where have we heard that before right there? Where with Abraham? This is where some make with Balaam a Midianite kind of connection. See that he gets slain later on with the Midianites, because the Midianites are descended from Abraham, his third wife, right there. But this sense of what was said to Abraham, right, concerning whom thou blessest is blessed, and whom thou cursest is cursed. That Abraham connection right there needs to be further unpacked. But here for this 40th Torah reading and feeding, theme here, Balak, Parshat Balak, overruling, right? Overruling the wicked, overruling the ratchet. None shall escape the judgment. Yes, picking up here.
Shalimali, 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 shalimali. Shalimali, 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 shalimali. Shalimali, 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 shalimali. None shall escape the judgment in this time. These words I sing to all mankind. None shall escape the judgment in this time. These words I sing to all mankind. Arise, black man, Jehovah has come forward into Babylon. Yeah, to declare equal rights and justice among the heathen. Yes, the weak must fall, only the righteous shall stand. In this congregation of Jehovah One, anything just say, I will always do. Anything just say, I will always do, because I love him. Oh, because I love him. I love him, I'll serve him all the days of my life. In the house of the Lord, God Rastafari. I love him, I'll serve him all the days of my life. In the house of the Lord, God Rastafari. Oh, oh, oh. Shalimali, 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 shalimali. Shalimali, 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 shalimali. As I approach the gates of Zion, I can hear the choir singing. As I approach the gates of Zion, I can hear the choir singing. I love him, I'll serve him all the days of my life. In the house of the Lord, God Rastafari. I love him, I'll serve him all the days of my life. in the house of the Lord God Rastafari. Shalimani, Shaliman, 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 Shaliman. None shall escape the judgment in this time. These words I sing to all mankind. None shall escape the judgment in this time. These words I sing to all mankind. Oh no, 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 no.
Here, today's
Psalm
daily
30.
Psalm, Psalm 30.
מזמור למד, מזמור שיר חנוכת הבית לדוד.
I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast lifted me up, lifted me up, lifted me up, lifted me up, lifted me up.
ארוממך אדוני כי דליתני,
And hast not made my foes to rejoice over me, over me, over me, over me.
ולא שימחת אויבי לי, 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 אויבי לי.
O Lord my God, O Lord my God.
אדוני אלוהי, 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 אלוהי.
I cried unto thee, and thou hast healed me, thou hast healed me.
שיבעתי אליך ותרפאני, תרפאני, 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 תרפאני.
O Lord, thou hast brought up my soul from the grave. Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Sing unto the Lord, O ye saints of his, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness. For his anger endureth but a moment. In his favor is life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. And in my prosperity I said, I shall never be moved. Lord, by thy favor thou hast made my mountain to stand strong. Thou didst hide thy face, and I was troubled. I cried to thee, O Lord, and unto the Lord I made supplication. What profit is there in my blood when I go down to the pit? Shall the dust praise thee? Shall it declare thy truth? Hear, O Lord, and have mercy upon me. Lord, be thou my helper. Thou hast turned for me my mourning into dancing. Thou hast put off my sackcloth and girded me with gladness, to the end that my glory may sing praise to thee and not be silent. O Lord my God, I will give thanks unto thee forever, 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 forever. Psalm 30. I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast lifted me up, and hast not made my foes to rejoice over me. O Lord my God, I cried unto thee, and thou hast healed me. O Lord, thou hast brought up my soul from the grave. Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Sing unto the Lord, O ye saints of his, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness. For his anger endureth but a moment. In his favor is life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. And in my prosperity I said, I shall never be moved. Lord, by thy favor thou hast made my mountain to stand strong. Thou didst hide thy face, and I was troubled. I cried to thee, O Lord, and unto the Lord I made supplication. What profit is there in my blood when I go down to the pit? Shall the dust praise thee? Shall it declare thy truth? Hear, O Lord, and have mercy upon me. Lord, be thou my helper. Thou hast turned for me my mourning into dancing. Thou hast put off my sackcloth and girded me with gladness, to the end that my glory may sing praise to thee and not be silent. O Lord my God, I will give thanks unto thee forever, 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 forever,
מזמור למד, מזמור שיר חנוכת הבית לדוד, מזמור שיר חנוכת הבית לדוד, מזמור שיר חנוכת הבית לדוד. ארוממך אדוני כי דיליתני, ולא שימחת אויבי לי. אדוני אלוהי, שיוועתי אליך ותרפאני. אדוני, העלית מן שאול נפשי, חייתני מיורדבור. זמרו לאדוני חסידיו, והודו לזכר קודשו. כי רגע באפו חיים ברצונו, בערב ילין בכי ולבוקר רינה. ואני אמרתי ושלוי, בל אמות לעולם. אדוני, ברצונך העמדת להררי עוז, הסתרת פניך, הייתי נבהל. אליך אדוני אקרא, ואל אדוני אתחנן. מה בצע בדמי ברידיתי אל שחת, היודך עפר, היגיד עמיתך, שמע אדוני וחונני, אדוני היה עוזר לי. הפכת מספדי למחול לי, פיתחת שקי, ותעזרני שמחה. למען יזמרך כבוד ולא ידום, אדוני אלוהי לעולם אודקה.
Yes, yes, yes. Chabarim. That dub right there was the house of the rising sun. Here we have today's daily psalm, Mizmor Lamed. Lamed, Hebraically, Lamed, alphanumerically in the Hebrew standing for 30, right? 30. Mizmor Lamed, Psalm 30, Psalm XXX. Here we have a theme of thanksgiving for deliverance, Psalm 30. Now there on the screen, we have where it says a psalm at the dedication of the house by David. There you see where the psalm, it bears the inscription, the title, the inscription. Now, the theme of this psalm here from the Sefer Tehillim is thanksgiving for deliverance. An alternative theme also going along with that, a song of thanksgiving after recovery from dangerous sickness, the 30th psalm right here. So let's get to that inscription right here, show that inscription right here. You'll see this in most Bibles, they don't include this in the first verse. They usually sometimes have that separated. You see where it has a psalm and song at the dedication of the house of David. There we have Mizmor Shir Chanukat Habayit Le Dawid in the Hebrew. See if we can bring up the Hebrew here to show ones and ones here. Unpointed Hebrew there from the Aleppo. Mizmor Shir Chanukat Habayit Le Dawid. Right, that there is the inscription. In most Bibles, that there would be like a separate verse, right? A separate, well, it's not included as a verse in the King James Version of the Bible, the small print after. If you look in your hard copy of a King James Bible, you'll see it right under the number of the psalm. Hebraically, it's included as the Aleph verse, as the first verse right there. And that's what's known as the inscription. The inscription. All right, bringing up this inscription here. Let's bring this up here in the Hebrew right here. Okay, so it's these words right here. All right, that will be the first verse, and then Hebraically the second verse is what in the KJV is the first verse. So they remove the superscription. So it's a song, a psalm first of all. It's a mizmor right there, mizmor. It's a melody, a psalm, a chant, right? Coming from the zamar. The zamar means to sing, but more correctly it means to chant, right? Musically, it's like to strike with the fingers, right? To chant, to strike with the fingers. Here, the definition is more connected with the musical portion of it, but in practice, the zamar is like the chant. So the psalms are the chants. So we say the chants, sometimes chanted in a particular cadence. Like even among Rastafari and among different churches, there's the Gregorian chant. So there was a special kind of a chant to the psalms. So the psalm is a psalm and a song is a song. This is why it has mizmor shir, right? Mizmor, right? And shir, right? Shir and shira, right? Shir, right? As a noun masculine, shir is a song, a lyric song. Some say a religious song, a song of Levitical choirs. Then we have shira. Shira is also a song, but that's the feminine form of it. So shir, masculine, shira, the feminine form right there, a song, more singing. So this is like chanting and singing, right? Like a sing J, some would sing, right? And then like the DJ, the chanting part, mizmor, shir, chanukat. So the next word here is the Hanukkah. Here, Hanukkah, right? Hanukkah, the root word Hanukkah. So this is a song of the dedication, consecration, the sense of Hanukkah from Hanak. Also in the name Hanak, we have Hanok, like Enoch, Hanok, to train, to dedicate, to inaugurate. This has a sense of to initiate, right? So the Hanukkah is like an initiation, right? Initiation, like a starting off, the Hanukkah, right? So here it's the Hanukkat, the Hanukkah, the livocation of the Hanukkat is livocation of the Habayit, of the house. Chanukkat Habayit. Chanukkat Habayit, what we call constructive. So singularly by itself, Chanukah. But now to say the Chanukah of something, right? Chanukkat Habayit, the Chanukah of the house, Le Dawid. So here we have Habayit, the Bayit. We say Bait, house, Bait. Right, the Bait Yisrael is the Beta Israel, right? Another pointing of the same ancient Afro-Shemitic word. So here we have the inscription. Just wanted to show the eye that right there. And that brings me down to this right here, this section here. Let's see if we can highlight this. Here we go. Highlight this, a song. Actually, that's a little bit wrong right there. The translation should be a song, a psalm, a chant song, right? Mizmor shir Chanukkat, at the dedication, the livocation, Habayit, of the house, right? Lid Dawid, of David. So if the psalm is considered apart from the title, right? In other words, we take the title, that's the title of the psalm right there, that small type before the first verse in most Western Bibles. If we consider the psalm apart from the title, the theme of the psalm is one and the same with that of Psalm 6. And the personal character is strongly marked. So now, just for reflexive, what about Psalm 6? Mizmor Wow, Mizmor Vav. Mizmor Wow is a prayer in sickness. So the theme in the psalm is similar to Psalm 6, a prayer in sickness. And there's a personal character strongly marked. It is a fervent hymn of gratitude, of thanks, of Torah, for redemption from a danger that threatened immediate and imminent death, possibly a grave illness. What then is its connection with the superscription? So therefore, we look at the content of the psalm, and then we ask, well, why is this superscription there? Mizmor Shir Hanukkah Tabayit Dawid, a psalm, song at the livication, the dedication of the house of David. What's the connection right here? The wording of the title, some would say, is strange. A psalm, Mizmor, a song, Shir, at the dedication or the dedication of the house, Chanukat Habayit of David, Lidawid, on the assumption that the form is original. For that occasion for which occasion was it composed? If we take that, well, as we have received the psalm, this is the original, form of it, we might ask, well, what occasion was it composed? Some make the conjecture that it was the dedication of his palace. In 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 11, we have the dedication of the house of David or his palace, right? 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 11. But, however, there's no record that David, had been in dire straits or sickness at the time of its erection. Now, others, therefore, they suppose that the allusion is to the purchase of the Haikal site, the purchase of the temple site after the outbreak of the pestilence that we find in First Chronicles chapter 21, verse 14. Despite, however, David makes a statement in First Chronicles chapter 22, verse 1. He says, this is the house of Yahweh Elohim. This is the house of Jehovah Elohim, Jehovah God, Jehovah Elohim. The fact remains that no house was then dedicated. So when David had purchased the temple site from Aruna, when he purchases the temple site, he purchases the spot, the land, right? In the next chapter, First Chronicles 22, verse 1, he says that this is the house of Yahweh Elohim. The fact remains that there was no bayit, there was no house that was then Chanukkah. No house was Chanukkah at that time, livicated. So modern scholars are agreed that the psalm is a personal testimony to Elohim's mercy in a time of some sore distress. Later, this psalm, Mizmor Lamed, Psalm 30, was given a national targum, a national application, a national interpretation, and it was selected for use at the dedication of the second temple, or the Hanukkah of the second Haikal, the second temple, and subsequently, after that, right, at its rededication, the rededication by the Maccabees. So here's where we get the Hanukkah connection with the Maccabees. So this psalm was used at the dedication of the second temple. And then look after that at the rededication of that second temple by the Maccabees. Right? So therefore the Hanukkah connection there. Hence, there's the clause, right? A psalm, right? A psalm, song of the dedication of the house, Shir Hanukkah Tabayit. This, some say, is an addition to the original title. Some say the original title was Mizmor Lidawid. This original title, some say, was Psalm of David. But after its use at the dedication of the second temple of Jerusalem, the Shir Hanukkah Tabayit, and also after the time of Maccabees, and they bringing forward the Hanukkah sense right there, it also was used at the rededication. So therefore, some allude that the song Shir Hanukkah Tabayit this was added, right, to the original title based on the usage of the psalm. Now, in a rabbinical source, it mentions its recital, the recital of Mizmor Lamed, Psalm 30, in connection with the kindling of the lights of the Feast of Dedication, the Chag Hanukkah, the Feast of Hanukkah. And the practice, it still remains in the Yehudi, in the Judaic Kiddush, the Judaic liturgy. So just to point to that aspect there, why paying attention to, what's written there, even the superscription, a psalm, a song, right, at the dedication of the house of Dawid, of David. As you can see in some of the notes here, some of the notes go into this. This has been referred to, right? The dedication of the site of the future temple, right? 2 Samuel. And then we get this right here. Let's bring this out right here. The English first. It says, okay, during this time, this is one of the times pointed to, it says, and Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel. This goes kind of along with, the purchasing of that property for the site, right? But although the palace or the place of the future temple, together with the altar then erected on it, can be called Bait Yahweh, can be called the house of Jehovah. Here we go. Here's the quote right here that we pointed to. Then David said, right, after purchasing this property and after the pestilence, remember when David had took a census, then the plague had came on Israel. A little after that, he purchased land for the temple, seeking to build the temple, so he had purchased that land. And then in First Chronicles 22:1, then Dawid said, this is the house of the Lord, of Yahweh Elohim, and this is the altar of the burnt offering for Yisrael. Now, what's important to understand is that in Numbers, right, we have the reading for the days of Hanukkah, because the first Hanukkah we have is when the princes of Yisrael, the Nesieh Yisrael, the prince of Israel, bring their offerings for the livication, for the initiation, the starting of the altar. They bring their gifts, the wagons and all the Aishans and the silver and all that they bring. So that was the first Hanukkah there. In other words, the first dedication, livication of the altar. So to see Dawid make this statement here, where it says, Wayomer Dawid, Zehu, this who, this is it, this is he, this is it. Zehu Beit Yahweh Ha Elohim. This is it, the house of he who be Ha Elohim, the Elohim, the true good, the true God. Yahweh Ha Elohim, Yahweh Ha Elohim, Yahweh Ha Elohim. With Zeh, and this Ha Mizbeach, and this is the Mizbeach. Remember the first idea of a Hanukkah in the scripture, right? In this context, we have it with the gift of the princes, right? The 12 princes of Yisrael for the livication of the altar of Israel in the wilderness, in Bamidbar, in Numbers. So here it says, Wazeh ha-mizbeach, and this is the Mizbeach, the Mizbeach, the altar, li'olah of the going up of like the burnt offering, the ascension offerings, li'olah, li-Yisrael, of Israel. So right there, that kind of brought out that portion right there. These notes are very good, to go through. Just at any rate, it says, and also at any rate, be called absolutely Habayit, right? Har Habayit, Har the Temple Hill, Har Habayit. Yet we know that Dawid did not himself suffer. And this is here based on this verse here. Let's bring out this verse, 2 Samuel 24:14. It says, and David spake to Yahweh when he saw the angel that smote the people, and said, lo, I have sinned, and I have done wickedly. But these sheep, what have they done? Make thy hand, I pray thee, be against me and against my father's house. When Dawid had went into that whole census business, you know what I mean? That whole census business, there was this particular judgment here. Here's the Hebrew of it. But what's clear from the basic English read right here is David spake, right, to Yahweh when the angel that smote the people, right, when he saw the angel that smote the people, and he said, lo, look, I have sinned, I have fucked up, I have done ratchetly, defiantly. But these sheep, what have they done? Make thine hand, I pray, that I be against me and against my father's house. He wanted to take that instead. From the pestilence that followed a punishment upon the numbering of the people, which he instituted in his arrogant self-magnification. You know, he wanted to count how deep he was, and he did accounting, but he did it the wrong way, and there was a pestilence. The psalm, the Mizmor, however, also does not contain anything that should point to a dedication of the sanctuary in its content, whether of Mount Moriah or the tabernacle, right? Mount Moriah or the tabernacle. Just kind of curious about this verse, these verses, if they provide any additional context. Here, 2 Samuel, 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 17. And they brought the ark of Yahweh, of Jehovah, and set it in his place in the midst of the tabernacle that David had pitched. So here's where we move within the Torah and the Hebrew context, more from the tabernacle of Moses, of Moshe, to the tabernacle of Dawid, with like the songs and the praise, right? Had pitched for it. And David offered burnt offerings and peace offerings, Lifnei Yahweh, right? Had pitched, had stretched out, and he offered burnt offerings and peace offering. Let's look a bit more right here, here. It might more naturally be referred to the reconsecration of the palace. Some say that this psalm perhaps more better fits in the context of the history of Dawid to the reconsecration of the palace that was defiled by Absalom, his son, after David's return. But the psalm mentions some imminent peril. The gracious averting of that does not consist in the turning away of bloodthirsty foes, but in recovery from some sickness that might have proved fatal. Thus, then, it must be the dedication of the citadel on Sion, on Zion. The building of that was just completed. So here it says from 2 Samuel 5 and 12, we see that Dawid regarded this building as a pledge of the stability and exaltation of Malkuto, Mengistu, of his kingdom, and all that is needed in order to understand the psalm is, right, with these ones and ones, to infer from the psalm itself that David had been delayed by some severe illness from taking possession of the new building. So let's look at this quote, this right here, before we ride up right here, just an overview, so we know what the psalm, the chant is for. Here, 2 Samuel 5 and 12. And Dawid perceived that Yahweh had established him Melech, Negus, Melech, king over Israel, and that he had exalted his kingdom, Mamlekah, right, for his people Yisrael's sake, for his people Israel's sake. So lastly, but not leastly, right here, the situation of Psalm 16 is just like it. We can get into that. Asher al Habayit, you know, upon the house, when they watch the house. Okay, so then what it's seeking to reason on is, since this is a livocation of the house, we see how it connects with Hanukkah, even the feast of Hanukkah later on, right? And some understand the palace and not the temple, that originally it was to relivicate after David returned after the Absalom incident from that defiling of that. But then some also see within that there was a usage of the psalm in the dedication of the second temple and the rededication at the time of Maccabees, at Maccabees. So right here, let's ride up today's daily psalm, just bringing out the superscription, a little full of the superscription right there. Here. Today's daily psalm, just once again from the English.
Psalm 30.
מזמור למד, מזמור שיר חנוכת הבית לדוד.
I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast lifted me up, lifted me up, lifted me up, lifted me up, lifted me up.
ארוממך אדוני כי דליתני,
And hast not made my foes to rejoice over me, over me, over me, over me.
ולא שימחת אויבי לי, 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 אויבי לי.
O Lord my God, O Lord my God.
אדוני אלוהי, אדוני, 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 אדוני.
I cried unto thee, and thou hast healed me, thou hast healed me.
שיבעתי אליך ותרפאני, תרפאני, 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 תרפאני.
O Lord, thou hast brought up my soul from the grave. Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Sing unto the Lord, O ye saints of his, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness. For his anger endureth but a moment. In his favor is life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. And in my prosperity I said, I shall never be moved. Lord, by thy favor thou hast made my mountain to stand strong. Thou didst hide thy face, and I was troubled. I cried to thee, O Lord, and unto the Lord I made supplication. What profit is there in my blood when I go down to the pit? Shall the dust praise thee? Shall it declare thy truth? Hear, O Lord, and have mercy upon me. Lord, be thou my helper. Thou hast turned for me my mourning into dancing. Thou hast put off my sackcloth and girded me with gladness, to the end that my glory may sing praise to thee and not be silent. O Lord my God, I will give thanks unto thee forever, 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 forever.
Yes. Here. Give thanks. Mizmor Lamed. Song of thanksgiving after recovery from a dangerous sickness. Also theme right here. Song of thanksgiving for deliverance. A thanksgiving psalm. A psalm, a chant, a mizmor, and a shir Hanukkah. Hanukkot Habayit, for the livocation of the house, Lidawid, of David. So here, KJV wise, verses 1 to 5, opening section, gratitude for recovery. Opening portion, gratitude for recovery, verses 1 to 5. And then verses 6 to 10, he relates his experience, testifying and relating his experience right here. And then verses 11 to 12, his prayer to Philato answered right here. Reason for the season right here. Interesting in this time in the season of the year, even we have the 3 weeks of sorrow, the mourning for Zion, the destructions of the first and second temples right here. Psalm, reason for the season. Mizmor Lamed, Torah for deliverance. Opening verse, including the superscription, a psalm, song, the dedication of the house of David. I will extol thee, O Yahweh, for thou hast lifted me up and hast not made my foes to rejoice over me. Mizmor shir Chanukah tabayit leDavid. Eromim Mekah, Yahweh, Kia Dilitani, Willoa Simachta, Oibai Li. Here. Touch on the superscription here for the first verse. Eromimika, eromimika. I will what? I will room. The verb room. Eromimika, right? Eromimika. I will lift the eye. I will exalt the eye. I will raise the eye. Eromimika. Bringing it down here. A primitive. I will make the eye high, actively to rise, to raise, to rise the eye. As you can see in various applications, literally, right? We have literally or figuratively, right? Eromim ka, eromim ka, Yahweh, oh he who be, ki for dilitani. I will extol thee, I will lift thee eye up, eromim ka, oh Yahweh, right? For thou hast done what? Ki for dilitani. You have dalad me. Dala. Now, Dala here, BDB, Browns Drivers Briggs define it as to draw, to dangle, to draw, drawing service, like to draw up, right? The sense to draw up. Here, Strong's put it into a better context. Here, the litany in the psalm from Dala, to draw, properly to dangle or to let down a bucket. For what purpose? Letting down a bucket, but to draw out water. So, in a figurative sense, the dala right here, the root word in dilitani, I. You have drawn I up, drawn I out of like water in that sense, right? Water being used sometimes for trials and tribulation. Waters are coming to my soul. You have drawn me out. So here where it says, thou, right? It says, I will extol thee, Eromim Ka, Yahweh, O Jehovah Ki Dilitani, for the eye has raised me up. The sense of raising me up has drawn me up. The Hebrew verb, as we're pointing out right here, and it's this verb right here, dala, right? In the Hebrew right here is this word right here, dilitani, right? Delete ani, drawn me, has lifted, the sense of lifted me up. But the direct sense, dala, has to do with like dangling or letting down a bucket in order to draw up, like drawing up water. Figurative sense is like to deliver. So what we have here is the Hebrew verb is commonly used, dala, of drawing water from a well. So he says, I will big you up. I will raise you up. Oh Yahweh, Romim Ka Yahweh. Why? Ki dilatani. For you have drawn me up, like drawing up like water, like from a bucket, like out of a deep place. He has been at the point of death, of Mavet, had descended almost to Sheol, almost to the nether world. Have this in verse 3. But Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, had drawn him up again to be in the land of the living, the land of the living. So water, Hebraically, is often used as a kind of a metaphor, like the waters are coming to my soul from great waters. So have drawn me out, drawn me out of water. Has not suffered mine enemies to rejoice over me, right? And has not made my foes to rejoice over me, or more better, has not suffered mine enemies to rejoice over me. Willo simachta, simachta, no samach, sameach, as we say, sameach, samach, to rejoice, to be glad, right? To rejoice, to be glad, to be gladdened, right? To be brighten up, to be gleesome, happy, right? With lo semach ta oibai, my oyeb enemy, oibai, oibai, enemy, personal enemy, national enemy, right? From the Hebrew sense of hating, right? My adversaries, right? And no, you have not made happy adversaries for me. The literal sense, Willo simachta oibai li, right here. His death would have gladdened the hearts of the ill wishers. What we have here, right? It is easy to see how, like a parallel, is drawn between this experience of the psalmist, say, David, right, and the plight of Yisrael, the plight of the Beta Israel, the plight of the Yehudi, the Judahites, the plight of Israel in the Babylonian exile, and under the persecution of ones like Antiochus Epiphanes. That's pointing to the Maccabee time. Antiochus Epiphanes. Antiochus Epiphanes. Right there. Right there. Next verse here. The bait verse, second verse. O Lord, my God, Yahweh Elohai, I cried to thee, and thou hast healed me. Thou hast healed I. Yahweh Elohai, Yahweh Elohai, who he be, my almighty power, my God, Elohai, Yahweh Elohai, Shiwati, some say Shivati, modern Hebrew, Yahovah Elohai, Shivati, Eleka, wa tirpaeni, and thou hast healed me, wa and tirpaeni, tirpaeni, has healed me, has healed, right? Has healed I. So here, bringing out here, Yahweh Elohai, Shiwati, Leka, I cry, I Shava, modern Hebrew, Shawa, right? Here we have Shiwa'iti, shout. I shouted, I cried. You see what it says shout? Shiwa'iti. Sounds like that, right? Shiwa'iti. I shouted. Shiwa'iti eleka. I shouted to the I, male. Shiwa'iti eleka. Wa and tirpaeni. And the I healeth me, right? That shout, that shawa, right? To be free, right? It's used, says used only causatively, reflexively, like to to halu for help, that is freeness for some trouble is the shawa sense, but it's the shout sense. So when he says shawati, Yahweh Elohai, shawati eleka, my shout, I shouted out to the I, shawati eleka, wa and watirpaeni, and the I tirpaeni, the I heal me. Here from the Rapha, to heal. The literal sense of healing in Hebrew has a sense of sewing, right? So we go back to the ancient, the archaic sense. Strong's bring it out here to mend, as if by stitching. In the figurative sense, to cure. So literally, it'd be like Yahweh Elohai, oh he who he be, my power, my God. Shawati Leka, I shouted out, Shawati Leka, to the I, and the I stitched me up. You stitched me up. You mended me. You cured me. Watir ni. You mended ani. Watir ni. So here, this particular verse, heal. Keyword here, tirpaeni, right? Refa'ani. Probably to be understood literally of recovery from an illness that had proved nearly fatal. So here, this sense here in this verse right here, this second verse concerning this healing. So here, bring us to the Gimel verse, the third verse. Yahweh, thou hast brought up my soul from the grave. Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Here, the Gimel, the third verse right here. Yahweh, he elita mina shiola nafshia. Chiyitani, mi yardi bor, miyardi, bor, that I should not descend miyardi, bor, into the pit, right? So here, third verse, this is in the gratitude for recovery section. Thou has brought up my soul, oh he who be Yahuwah, he elita from Allah, he elita, the I male has brought up, mean from, right? Brought up my soul, mean, right? Mean Sheol. Now here it has Sheol. Sheol is like the underworld, the Sheol. They say grave and hell and pit, and it gets dubious there. But the Sheol was the designation in the old covenant sense, the Hebrew sense. It was the underworld, the netherworld, the designation place, that other place, the abode for the dead, the Sheol. Even Robenu, Yeshua, in his parable and in the teaching of Einai Rabbi, the Rabbi, Yeshua HaMoshiach, he brings it out. Remember Lazarus, right? There was Lazarus, the poor man Lazarus, and there was that rich man that wore purple all the time, and he supped lavishly. When they both died, one was in the bosom of Abraham. They both are in the netherworld, but one is in a better district, and then the other one, the rich man, he just would like Lazarus to come over and drop his, some water on his finger because it's that bad. This is that place. It's like the underworld. It's like the Hades of the Greeks, as it says right here, the Hades. For the Egyptians, they had the Duat. The Hebrews call this place the Sheol, right? The Sheol, the netherworld, right? We can say like that hell, that hell, the hellish type condition, right? The world of the dead. It was conceived of as if a subterranean retreat, right? Including the accessories and the inmates. So he's not saying here the grave, but he's saying the netherworld. Thou hast brought up my soul from the netherworld. When we look at the Hebrew right here, Yahuwah he alita means Sheol nafshi, my soul, right? My soul, right? Has brought up my soul from the netherworld. His condition had been so serious that he had actually thought of himself as already in Sheol. When they say that hell, can also be a condition, that is experienced on earth. The Hebrew brings it out right here. Not saying there's not that Sheol, even in the after, so-called the afterlife, but there's those conditions, right? He said that he had been brought up. This sickness was like a descent into that netherworld. Yahuwah he elita means Sheol nafshi, So he had already been in Sheol, right? And he thanks Baruch Hashem Elohim for having brought him up from that disilluminated region and condition, that psychical condition. Because he points to nafshi, right? The nefesh, his soul, right? What and where is the soul? The breathing creature, the breath, breathing substance. We can say the psyche. This here in the New Testament sense is brought out as the psyche, right? So his psyche, the psychological conditions that can be and are like hell. But he goes on right here to say right here, thou hast kept me alive. Thou hast kept me alive. Chiyitani. You have chaya me, right? Chaya, the verb here for life, here in the sense of chiyitani, right? Chiyitani. You have caused life for me, right? You have caused me life. It can even have a resurrection sense, like to revive from a sickness or illness feels like getting new life, being made alive again. Chiyitani, right? Mi yardi bor, right? From descending into the pit, that I should not go down into the pit. Now, the translation here follows the kere. Let's see if I can show you the kere, the ketib. right here. Okay, this is a good area. You see right here, this right here of the K, the Kaf there, right? That is the Katib, right? And then over here with the K, right? The K, this is the K right here, the Kof. Let's see if I can highlight the Kof. There we go, right there. That's the Kof for Kere. The Katib is what is written, right? What is written. But sometimes in what is written, it sometimes seems to be written somewhat defectively or strangely. So therefore, there is usually the different reading of it right there. So what it's saying here is that the Ketib, it resembles the phrase in Psalm 28 and 1, and has the meaning, thou hast revived me from among them that go down into the pit. So instead of me yardi bor, me yordi bor, me yordi bor, thou hast revived me from among them that go down, me yordi bor, to the pit. He was, in this sense, he was on his way to the grave with other dying men, but Yahweh Elohim had spared his life. But in the kere sense, mi yardi bor, that brings out the sense of that I should not go down to the pit. Mi yardi bor. So not to be a descender to the pit. So it's a little nuance right there in this particular verse right here. But moving it forward to the Dalet, the fourth verse here. Today's daily psalm is Lamed. Sing. At this point, sing to Yahweh. So here, because what he has said already before, here we have the Torah, the thanksgiving, thanks and praise. Sing La Yahweh, to Jehovah, O y'all saints of his, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness, or give thanks to the memorial, right? Hebraically speaking, to the memorial of his holiness. This phrase here, Zamru la Yahweh Chasidaya Wihodu Li Zakir Kadsho. Li Zakir Kadsho. For the remembrance of his name, the Zakir, the memorial, for the memorial of his holiness, or here has Kodesh, but the pointing here is Kadsho, of his holiness, memorial of his holiness. Now, this particular verse, as you see right up there in the Hebrew, Zamru, chant, y'all. Remember, this is a Mizmor. Mizmor is a psalm, but a psalm is Zamard. A psalm is Zamar. So the word here is Zamar. Zamar, to sing. They bring it out to sing, to make music, but the more proper sense is to chant, right? It's to chant, right? Like to chant, we say chant eyes, is Zamru la Yahweh, to he who he be. Chasidaya, all y'all his chasid. So here for saints, it doesn't use kedoshim, it's using the Hasidim, those who are Hasid, right? Faithful, kind, godly. The sense of this comes from the attribute of Yahweh, Chesed, Chesedo, his mercy, his loving kindness. Those who are received of his Chesed are said to be Hasidim. The translator here brings out saints, more better, maybe godly ones or pious ones. Sing to Yahweh, O you his Hasidim, and give thanks to his holy name. Some translators bring out the sense of give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness. This is connected with his holy name. His holy name. Zamru la Yahweh Hasidaya. Wehodu, Lizakir Kadisho. What do we have here? Sing praise. Zamru. Sing Isis. Chant Isis. Zamru. Chant psalms. Zamru la Yahweh. For he who he be. Chasidayo. As we have in Psalm 9, round about verse 12, 11, 12, and Psalm 22, round about verse 23, verse 24, he and I calls upon all who trust, who take confidence, surety in Yahweh Eloheinu to join with him and I in the Torah. His and I experience is a confirmation of the true faith, the emunato, as well as I own. So his testimony, right, is a testimony to their faith. That's why he calls upon them. Zamru, chant y'all, la Yahuwah to Jehovah Hasadaya, his Hasidim. Hold do, and give thanks, yada, 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 Hodu, to give thanks, to confess, to give thanks. Here, where it says literally to use, that is to hold out the hand, put your hands up, give thanks. That gesture, the gesture of putting the hands up. Do, right, to give thanks. Le zakir, zakir, kadisho. Now, the KJV has this here as a remembrance of his holiness. The note here says, or to the memorial, right? The memorial, zekir. To the memorial of his holiness is directly what we have here. Le zakir kadisho. These words right here. Let's see if we can highlight this. Le zakir kadisho. Right? The literal sense of this is to the memorial of his holiness, but some identify this to his holy name, right? To give thanks at the mention of his holiness, and that's the mention of his name. Hakadosh Baruchu, Baruch Hashem, the Holy One. Blessed be he, right? Blessed be the name, right? Baruchu, Hakadosh, the Holy One. Baruchu, blessed be he. Baruch, bless Hashem. Blessed be the name is one way of Lizakir Kadisho, right? To give thanks to his holy name. For the identity of name, or the Shem, the Hashem, the name with memorial. So for ones who might dispute that it's, the mention or the memorial remembrance of his holiness and not his name, the Torah says in Exodus chapter 3, verse 15, it identifies name, the Hashem, with memorial, with the zekir, in the memory, the memory of his dealing with man is his name. So in the memory of his dealings with the human being is Shemo, his name, the Hashem, the name which speaks to the nature, or the nature to be discovered, who he be. Right? He be who he be. Lizakir Kadisho. Right here. And here to the hey verse. Here to the 5th verse, y'all. For his anger, a moment. In his favor, life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy in the morning. Now, you'll note that we didn't read the italicized words because from the study we find that they are absolutely not there. So here in the hey verse, ki rega be'apo chayim bi'ritzono ba'erev yalin beki we la boker rina. For his anger, a moment. Ki, for rega means a moment. Like in Hebrew, somebody call you and say like rega, like a moment. Just give me like a moment. Rega. It says ki rega, for a moment. Be'apo, in his up, his nostril, his nose, his face. This is likened with anger. Why is the word be'apo, his anger, from ap or af in the Hebrew? Why is this? Strong's bringing it out very well here. Probably the nose or nostril, hence referring to the face and occasionally a person. But in this context of anger, from the afo, be'apo, right, is referring to the rapid breathing in passion. There's the attribute of Yahuwah in the 13 attributes that he revealed to Moshe, Robenu. one of the attributes is erek apayim. Erek apayim. Erek means long, apayim means nostril. So literally, it will be long nose. Erek apayim. Erek apayim. But what is the Hebrew idiom of it is long suffering, right? Almost like somebody say, take a breath, like when one's take a breath, calm down, take a breath. So the breathing connection Hebraically in the two truths of anger. So right here he says, ki rega be'apo, right? For a moment, his anger, right? His anger for a moment. In his favor, be ritzono. In his ratzon, his pleasure, his delight, his favor, to say his goodwill, his acceptance. The sense is delight, but Hebraically it also has a sense of will, his favor. Be ritzono. Be in ritzono, in his favor, be ritzono. It says chayim, be ritzono. Life in his favor. Chayim, right? So the word order is different. Here it says in his favor is life. The Hebrew says chayim, be ritzono. Life or lives, chayim, be ritzono. In his delight, in his favor, chai. But here is the plural sense, chayim, right? Chayim, to say lives, right? To say that life is in his favor. Weeping may endure for a night. Ba ereb yalin beki. Ba ereb yalin beki. This is the words in Hebrew. Ba ereb. Ba ereb. You see where it says for a night? It's the ereb. Ereb. What is the ereb? Is the evening. The ereb properly is the evening. Ereb tov, the dusk, right? So it says, ba ereb, in the evening, yalin. In the evening dwell tabernacle, loon, lean, yalin, lodges. So in the evening lodges, like a lodger, like to pass the night. In the evening, right, passes the night, like stops over, usually overnight, right? So here, where it says in the Hebrew here it says, by Reb Yalin Becky. What's Becky? Becky is weeping. Becky, right? Becky. By analogy, like dripping, but weeping, Becky. From Baka. Baka is to weep, to bewail, in that sense, to tear up, in that sense, to weep, to bemoan. So Becky. So here the order of the words is by Reb Yalin Becky. So in the evening lodges or spends the night weeping. In the evening spends the night weeping, or weeping may endure for a night. By Reb Yalin Becky. But joy in the morning. With la boker, and for the dawning, right? To say the morning, the what? The boker, the morning, the dawning, the break of day. With la boker, and for the break of day, rina, ringing cry, rina, of entreaty, of supplication and proclamation, a joy, a praise, rina, like creaking, like a shrill sound, like a high sound. Like somebody so happy they make a high sounds, like joy, right? Of joy, rina, that gladness, that shouting for joy. So here, full of this verse right here, getting back to the top, his anger is but for a moment, right? Let's bring up the Hebrew right here. His anger, ki rega be'apo. Let's highlight those words right here. Grab this here. There we go. Ki rega be'apo. All right. Literally, a moment in his anger. Ki rega be'apo. A moment in his anger. This probably has the meaning Hebraically, and according to the Hebraicism, in his anger, man undergoes only momentary suffering, one bringing out of it, because he is quick, Yahweh Eloheinu, to relent. Ki rega, for a moment, be'apo, for a moment. That goes with another scripture verse where it says that we have been punished less than we deserve. Ki rega be'apo, ki rega be'apo. Right here. His favor is for a lifetime. Chaim, Chaim, right? Right? Lives or living, be ritzono, ritzono, in his ratzon, in his pleasure, in his favor. Life in his favor, life in his pleasure, lives in his pleasure. When man possesses his favor, ritzono, right? Ritzono, he enjoys life, Chaim, lives, in his presence, in his face, his perception, as well as spiritual, iritical happiness. Psalm 16, round about verse 10, verse 11, brings out that idea right there. May tarry for a night, may spend the night, ba ereb. Literally not night here, but Hebraically ba ereb, yalin beki. In the evening, spends the night weeping. Ba ereb, yalin beki. May tarry for a night. The beautiful rendering we have in the AV and the RV does not bring out the force of the original. That's why I kind of keep saying this right here, because it's just to break down the words. Ba ereb, in the evening time. Ba ereb, yalin, stops and spends the night, like somebody coming by to like tarry, spend the night in that sense. Yalin, Becky, and it's, guess who it is? It's Becky, but it's weeping, right? Ba ereb, yalin, Becky, may tarry for a night. So the force of the original is something like comes to lodge in the evening, like weeping comes to lodge to spend the night in the evening. Weeping, Becky, is likened to a passing traveler who arrives at dusk, ba ereb, in the ereb, right, in the evening time, to spend the night, yalin, in a place of shelter, and then proceeds on his or her way, right? Ula boker, in the boker, rina. But joy, rina, singing, ringing, and shrilling tones, rina. But joy will la boker, in the boker, will la boker, rina. Literally, and in the morning, in the dawning, there is a ringing cry of joy. Wela boker rina. Rina is a ringing cry of joy. Rina. That brings it out much, much better. The rina is joy, but it's a ringing cry. Ula boker. Why? Because the traveler is about to get back on their way. You know what I mean? So the last word, right? For the last word, Rina, see Psalm 17 and 1. Psalm 17 and 1. Just check that out, Chabarim. This lesson, the Beta Israel, I, Beit Yisrael, right, has learned throughout the ages. This lesson, he and we and I must go on learning even now. This lesson right here, key verse here, ki rega ba'apo, Chaim biritzono, Bareb Yalin Becky, Wela Boker Rina. Here. Picking up right here. Let's get to the next section of today's daily psalm right here. Likul Batalawa. Here the wow, the va verse. So here verses 6 to 11. Here we have verses 6 to 11. Verse 6 to 11. The relating of the experience, the experiential gnosis, relating of the experience. All right. They say that from experience, with knowledge, one can gain wisdom. And in my prosperity, I said, I shall never be moved. Lesson of experience. In my prosperity. Wani amarti. Bit Bishalwi, Bishalwi, Bale Mota Leolam, Waani and I, Amarti, I said, Wani Amarti, I said, Bishalwi, Bishalvi, Bishalwi, in my prosperity, my shalom. Shalom, or here they have shaleva, but shalom, right? Bishalwi, Bishalvi, Bishalwi, ease in my shalom, my prosperity. Bishalwi, in my prosperity, in my security from Shala. Shala and Shiloh, Shelah, right? Shiloh, to be at rest, to prosper, right? To be quiet, to be at ease. So here. Wait, okay, let's get the verses right there. There we go. This is the part of the verse right there highlighted. Wa'ani amarti, vi shalvi, vi shalwi. And I said, wani amarti, bit shall we. I said in my security, right? This shall we. Here, once again, from the Shalev, here they have Shalo, more properly Afro, Shemitically, the security, in my security, my prosperity, in my ease. What did I say? Bal emot le olam. Bal emot, right? What was said in this shall we, right? Bal emot le olam. I shall, right? I shall never, that's the le olam, I shall never, right? Be moved. Mot, I to be moved. Bale mot, I will never be moved. That confidence. Now I had said, Wa'ani amarti. Well, now I had said. The subject is an emphasize, is emphatic. It could have been amarti vishalwi, right? I had said in my prosperity. But by adding the pronoun wa'ani, I, myself, none other, it was I, wa'ani amarti, right? Not just saying in my prosperity, but and I said, wa'ani amarti vishalwi. Right? The subject is emphasized. As for me, I said, the context, wa'ani amarti. I had once said, he and I recalling a time when, like the ungoodly, right? Like the Rasha, the ratchet, he and many of I have been so self-confident as to think that he and I could be independent of Yahweh Eloheinu's care. We have this as well in Psalm 10, round about the 6th, the 5th, the 6th verse, right here. Wani amarti vishalu, bale mot ale olam. Here to the Zain, the 7th verse, right here. Lord, Yahweh, by thy favor, thou hast made my mountain to stand strong. Thou didst hide thy face. I was troubled. Made my mountain, has settled strength for my mountain. So the HEB bring out the Hebrew sense of not just making my mountain stand strong, but settle strength, settle strength for my mountain. Here, the Hebrew of this right here, Yahweh, be a ritzon ka, he emadita, le harari os. He satarta faneka, Haiti nibhal, Haiti nibhal, bahala. The bahal, like what a bahala. The bahal is like trouble, right? And I was troubled. Haiti, I became Haiti nibhal, Haiti nibhal. First part first, Yahuwah, oh he who he be. Yahuwah, by thy favor, right? By thy favor, Yahuwah, be ritzon ka. So we have the ratzon here, be ritzon ka, by thy favor, thy pleasure, thy delight, to say thy goodwill, by thy goodwill. He emata, causing to stand, leharari, my mountains, my mountain strength, or as it said, settled strength for my mountain. Yahweh bi ritzonka, he emadta leharari, the strength there, strong O's. Wizard of Oz, or O's is strength. Strength in various applications. Hebreically, the O's is like force, security. Contextually, it could be majesty and praise. But here we have the O's. Settled strength for my mountain. My mountain as a stronghold. Right? My mountain. This is this part of the verse right here. Let's see if we can bring this out right here. Highlight this right here. Bring that down. Here we go right here. These words right there. Those words right there. Yahweh bi ritzonka he emadita le harari Oz, has settled strength for my mountain, or my mountain as a stronghold. Thou hast established, Yahweh, the eye has established, right, in thy favor, be ritzonka, my mountain as a stronghold. He emata, establishing, leharari Oz, right, strength for my mountain, or my mountain as a stronghold. Strength for my mountain, literally speaking. Strength for my mountain. Now, the Hebrew is somewhat, some might say, obscure, and its exact meaning, some might debate it. The general sense is, when all is well with me, I was unconscious of ha'emet, the truth, the reality, that the strength and the security in that I boasted had been bestowed upon me by Elohim in his favor, bi ritzono. But I was suddenly, quick fast, berega, in a moment, brought to a realization of that fact, Going on further right here in this verse right here, where it says, Histarta faneka, the eye hide, the eye has hid, thou didst hide, right? Didst hide thy face. I was affrighted. So here we have this portion, the second portion of the verse right here, bringing it out right there. Histarta, the eye did do what? The eye did satar. Histarta, the eye did hide. Faneka, the eye's face. Haiti, I became nivhal, I became affrighted, right? I was troubled. I became nivhal, I became alarmed. I became terrified. I became disturbed, anxious, hurried, nervous. Bring down to Strong's. I trembled. You see, the Strong's have for Bahal, what a Bahala, to tremble inwardly, to palpitate, figuratively, to be made alarmed, agitated, affrighted. Right here. So what does this bring out right here? Thou didst hide thy face. That part there. Histata faneka. Histata, the eye did hide, faneka, the eye's face, the eye's present. He was smitten with illness. Now, illness usually was considered to be a sign, right, that Yahweh's his ratzon, his favor, his goodwill had been withdrawn. Therefore, the closing portion right here, right, with these words right here, where he says right here, he says, Haiti, right, the Haiti, I became, right, Haiti nivhal, I became affrighted. The same word as in Psalm 6, the connection of Mizmor Lamed, Psalm 30 here, right? In Psalm 6, verse 3, verse 4, verse 11. Awakening to the reality of his position, I position, he and I may become overwhelmed with terror, shocked. Hayiti Nibhal, I was dismayed, right? The sense of being dismayed. I was troubled. I was terrified. I was affrighted. Here. Let's bring this to fulfillment. The chet verse here at the 8th verse. Remember, we're still in the section where he relates his experiential knowledge. I cried to thee, O Yahweh, and to Yahweh I made supplication. Elei ka, to the I male, Yahweh, he who be Ekra. I called, even called by name. Elei ka, Yahweh Ekra. Leka Yahweh Ekra. Ekra. Here, Ekra. Let's check this right here. Ekra. We'el Adonai Etachanan. We'el Adonai. Some insert Yahweh there. That's the HGPD. The more Hebraic here, that's from like the Koine Greek, right? Eleka Yahweh Ekra. We'el and to Adonai, Etachanan, and to the Lord I besought mercy. I supplicated, Lord of his mercy. We'el Adonai Etachanan. I sought for Hannah. Hanan right here is grace, favor, right? Grace, favor. So what do we have right here? Eleka Yahuwah Ekra, right? Did I call, right? Did I call Eleka Yahuwah Ekra? I call by name We'il Adonai Etachanan. Etachanan. I made supplication. Etachanan. I supplicated. I beseech for favor and grace. The verbs are in the imperfect mood. So the imperfect mood, the Ekra, and the Ethanan. I call Ekra, Ethanan. I make made supplication. I beseech for grace, for mercy, for favor. These verbs here are in the imperfect Hebrew mood, in the sense of Ekra. I call and I keep on calling. Ekra, right? I make supplication. I supplicate and I keep on supplicating. It also may signify the resolve that then came into his and I heart. Then I said to the I, Eleka Yahweh, will I call Ekra We'il Adonai, and to Adonai Etachanan, and to the Lord, the Master, the Boss, Etachanan, I will beseech, I will supplicate for grace. O Lord of his mercy, bring out the Lord of his mercy. Sent here the 8th verse. The 8th verse right here. The 8th verse right here. Yes. What profit, right? What profit in my blood when I go down to the pit? Shall the dust praise thee? Shall it declare thy truth? Ma betzah bidami biridtiya illa shachata he yodika ha yod ha hayodika afar haya yagida amiteka. Here, Dawid, it's very interesting right here what he says in this verse, right? He says, like, his life is like on the edge. He's recovering. He's asking for that mercy. He says, like, what profit is there in my blood? Ma betzah, bidami. Ma betzah. What profit? Right? It can be profit. It can be gain, unjust gain, acquired by violence. It could be plunder, gain. Like, what will you gain by my blood, in my blood. Ma, what? Betza, what to be gained? Bidami, in my blood. When I go down to the pit, biridati ila shahat, biridati, in my going down il to shahat, to the shahat, to the pit, right? To the pit, right? Symbolic of the grave. Shall the dust praise the eye, right? Hayodika, Hayodika, Hayodika. Will the dust, the afar, yada yada the eye, Hayodika, afar, the afar. Will the afar, will the dust, will it praise the eye? Shall it declare thy truth? Hayagid, Amiteka, Hayagid, Amitecha, Hayagid, Amitecha, shall it nagad, right? Shall it tell, shall it make known? Hayagid, from Nagad, Hayagid, shall it tell? Amiteka, of the eye truth. In other words, he says, I can do a better job than that. So what profit is there? What profit is there in my blood? Ma betza bedami. What advantage would Yahweh Eloheinu have in slaying me, in slaying I? Seeing that in Mot, in Mavet, death, man can no longer praise, eyes as him. The plea, it may sound strange to the modern ear. The plea might sound strange to some modern ears, but it was natural to the ancient Hebrew ear. It was used by Hezekiah. Hezekiah says something similar in his illness. We have it in Isaiah chapter 38 and 18. Chapter 38 and 18. Also in Psalm 6, around about verse 6, verse 5, verse 6. It offers a touching picture, a word picture of the psalmist's kind of a childlike intimacy and communion with Yahweh Eloheinu, asking the question straight up, right? Ma betz what profit is there in my blood? Be ridtiya il shachat, when I go down to the pit of destruction. Hay yodika afar, Hayodika, Afar, shall the Afar, the dust, shall the dust praise you? Hayagid Amiteka, shall it declare your emet, your truth? The dust, the Afar there, right, is referring, we can say, to the grave. You know, from dust thou art to dust, the Afar, your return. As we have in Psalm 22, run about verse 16 and verse 30. Thy truth, Amiteka, Amiteka, from the Emet. Emet. Emet is truth. Emet, like Emetil. Emet, firmness, faithfulness. Emet, truth. Right? Emet, right? Stability. Figuratively, certainty. Truth. Trustworthiness. Truthworthiness. Amiteka, the eyes, truth. Elohim's faithfulness. That is the theme of the praises, the Isis. What's the theme of Yah's praises? His faithfulness. Emunah, emunata. Of the Isis, the Torah, offered by the Hasidim, offered by the pious, offered by those who have received of his loving kindness. Here to the Yod verse, 9th verse right here. Slicha to the 10th verse here, 10th verse. Hear, O Yahweh, and have mercy upon I. Yahweh, be thou my helper. Help. Right? Shema Yahweh, wechaneni Yahweh. Hayye, Ozer li. Hayye, become, O Yahweh, he who be, who he be. Hayye, Ozer li. So from the higher sense, to be, to become, and Yahweh, here we have an interesting command where he says, be thou. He's saying, hey yay, the I become. Hey yay, Ozer, become a helper, Lee, become helper for me. Hey, Ozer Li, Shema, Yahweh, hear, O Yahweh, with Hanani, and have grace, Hanan on me. Yahweh, hey, O he who be, who he be, become. Yahweh, hey, Yahweh, hey, Ozer Li, become a helper for me. That there kind of brings out the inner sense of the Hebrew and the name Yahweh, he who be, who he be, and even with the command right there of hey, Ozer, become, speaking to him and asking him to become, right? Become helper. Hey, Ozer Li, become a helper. Oh, he who be, who he be who he becomes. Ehya, Yahweh, hey, Ozer Li, be thou my helper. Human aid is of no avail. He alone can restore him to life. As he says earlier, he restored him to life. Through suffering, he grasped the truth. As elsewhere, Dawid says, because of what he was afflicted, how he learned through that affliction. Through suffering, he grasped ha-emet, the emet, the truth, that had slipped from his mind in the days of well-being, as it says in the day bishalvi, in his prosperity, how he says in haste, and in the days of being self-assured. Right here, bringing us to concluding portion, today's daily psalm, right here, this verse here, Shema. We say Shema Yisrael. It's in the same sense that the psalmist and I say to Yahweh to hear with the implication of obey. Hear and obey, O Yahweh. Shema, Yahweh, Wechaneni, and have mercy, favor to me. Yahweh, oh he who be, hey, become, be. Hey, Ozer. Hey, Ozer, become help, Lee, become help for me. Here, and just I don't know if I showed that on the Hebrew right there. It's this part here, the hey, right? The hey, right? Ozer Lee, right? And then, well, they don't bring it out. If you notice, they just a be thou helper. But if we go on to Tanakh, we can go to the word right there. Hey, is from haya, to be, to become. Hey, Ozer Lee, become my helper. Here the Yod Ale first, the 11th verse. This is section 11 to 12 right here. His prayer to Philato, I prayer answered. The prayer being answered. Thou hast turned for me my mourning into dancing. Thou hast put off my sackcloth and girded me with gladness. Hafakta misapedi le maholi pitachta saki wate azareni simcha, gladness has girded me. Wate azareni has girded me. Simcha, with simcha right there, with joy, with gladness, with mirth, right? Bleasomeness, with glee, right here. Thou hast turned, hafakta, the eye has hafakt, to overturned. The eye has turned, right here. Thou didst turn for me my mourning into dancing. Hafakta, the eye in a sense has overthrown. The sense hafakta right here has overthrown, to turn about, to turn over. The implications to change, to overturn in that sense. Hafakta, right? Hafakta, misipedi, my what? My misped, misipedi, my misped, my wailing, misped, misped from safad, safad, to bewail, to wail, to lament, right? To mourn, safad, right? To tear the hair, to beat the breast, as the Orientals, the Easterners do in grief, right? So safad, the root here in misped, as we have in misipedi, misipedi, hafakta, misipedi. You have turned my mourning, but this is like extreme mourning here, as we look at the root word here, to tear the hair, to beat the breast, to lament, to wail, the wailing, safad, right? Here we have misped, right? And here we have misipedi, misipedi, my wailing. So thou hast turned for me my wailing, right? Limaholi, into dancing for me. Hafakta misipedi limahol, mahol dancing, mahol li, mahol for me, mahol li. Hafakta misipedi limahol li. Thou hast turned for me my wailing. See, here has mourning. Yes, it's mourning. Misped is mourning. But you see right there, wailing, right? It's like lamentation, right? Heavy mourning, right? Heavy, not a good mourning, lamentation, wailing. My wailing into dancing. Thou hast put off my sackcloth and girded me with gladness, with gladness. Pitachta, pitachta, pitachta. What's pitachta from patach? Patach, fatach, fatah, fetah, as we have the fetach, same root word Afro-Shemitically, here pointed as patach, 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 to open, right? To open, throw open, right? Throw open, to loosen, open wide. Here, he's saying, you have put off my sackcloth, right? Pitachta saki, saki. Saki is my sock, my sock. What is sock? Sock, right there. Sock, the H8242 sock is like a mesh, sackcloth, sacking, sackcloth. Basically, it's a sackcloth, the mesh, the sackcloth, the mourner's clothing, the mourner's garment, right? Pitachta saki. You have loosed off, you have opened from me this sackcloth. Pitachta saki, wa te'azareni, and girded azard. Te'azareni. You have azard ani. You have girded ani. You have girded me, encompassed me, gripped me, girded me, belted me, right? Bound me in that sense. Wa te'azareni simcha. Simcha. You have girded me with simcha. Simcha. Right? That simcha Torah. Right? Simcha. With gladness, with joy. Right? With joy, with gleesome, almost like giddiness. With giddiness. Here. What do we have here? Again, at this point of Mizmor Lamed, Psalm 30, again, the transition is sudden. From the previous verse is a sudden transition. A revolution is accomplished by the appearance of the Hashemesh, the sun, the light, from behind the clouds. It's like it was cloudy, right? To this point, we get to this verse, and boom, the sun shine, right? So there's a sudden transition, a sudden change, right? Thou hast turned for me, right? Has turned for me my lamentation, right, into dancing, right? And has loosed pitachta saki, has loosed saki, my sock, my mourner's garb. The language here is figurative, as is seen by the next clause. He has now been robed, right, as we have right here. Wa te'azareni, azar, right, girded, te'azareni, simcha. He has now, and Aina has now been robed with simcha, with happiness, simcha, right? Simcha, with happiness, with gladness. Here, bringing it forward, full, here, to the Yod Bait, the Yod Bait verse right here, to the end, right? To the end, KJV translates it as to the end that glory may sing praise to thee and not be silent, Yahweh Elohai, Hailai. I will give thanks to thee forever, till time indefinite, forever. My glory, they say that is my tongue or my soul, right? Some commentators say right there. Let's bring out the Hebrew right here. Yod Beit verse. Lima'an. Lima'an. Lima'an more better is so that. Lima'an. Lima'an, so that. If you notice when it says to the end, right here, you'll notice there's no Strong's word there. There's no Strong's word there. That word right there, the H3519, that's the kavod. Kavod. That's kabod. That's glory. But we have to go down to Tanakh right here so we can zoom in on the H4616. This word right here is the word ma'an, live ma'an, to the purpose, to the intent that, live ma'an, for the sake that, in view of, right, the purpose of, right? It can be to the end that, but a little more better, like on the account of or the sense of so that, right? So that, right? Live ma'an, Ye zamerika, lima'an ye zamerika kabod, so that glory might chant Isis. This is what it's saying. So that, you see the word my right there? My is italicized because it don't exist in the original, right? Lima'ana ye zamerika. Lima'an, so that ye zamer, he chanting ka to the eye, Yizamerika, so that he may chant to the eye. What's the it? The he? Kavod, so that glory may chant, may sing praises to the eye, so that glory, right? So it's not saying my glory, but so that glory, right, may sing praise to the eye. There's no my right there, right? So that glory may sing praise. Some say that the glory here is the nefesh, is the soul, the psyche, right? In that sense, but here it says so that glory may sing praise, eyes is to the eye. Lima'an is America kabod, with low yidom, with low and not yidom, and not be dome, not be damam. Damam silent. Here it says with low and not yidom, and not for it, not for him, not for it to be yidom, silent. Yahweh, O Jehovah, Yahweh Elohai, my Elohim, Le'olam, forever to time indefinite, Odeka, Odeka. I will praise thee, I male. Yahweh Elohai, Le'olam, Odeka. I will praise the I forever. So some look at glory to be my tongue or my soul, right? My tongue or my soul, but I would say it's not really the soul in that context there, because the kabod here, kabod, okay, there's something that goes on in Hebrew. Kabod is a noun masculine. Nefesh, soul, is a noun feminine, right? Perhaps maybe his tongue in that sense. You know what I mean? If we have to go look up the lashon, is the tongue male or female in that sense? Because there's a certain pattern in the Hebrew. But here to the end, that glory, right? Let glory be glory. That glory. What is glory here Hebraically? The kabod. Glory, abundance, riches, glory. Getting to the root properly, glory is weight. So that's gravity, right? So that gravity may sing praises, that gravity, that reverence to the eye, and not be silent, right? only in the figurative, in the good sense, splendor, copiousness, weight, gravitas, may sing praise to the eye and not be silent. Yahweh Elohai, I will give thanks to the eye, to time indefinite. Lima'an, Yit Zamerika Kavod, Wilo Yidom, Yahweh Elohai, Le Olam Odeka, forever to time indefinite, as long as I live, on and on and on and on. Yes, I, Rastafari, right here. This last verse right there. Let me just look up something right here about to just seal this up. This was Psalm 30, Slicha. Let me just put tongue right here. Because it's interesting, because some translators will add my glory, right? Let's see, Lashon is masculine. So yes, it would more be the tongue, right? If anything, the glory, because who can, this is how we account that gravitas, that honor with speech, with word sound, that glory. Yes, I, Rastafari, here on the outro. Get a little Hebrew dub-wise. Today's daily Psalm 30. Yes, sir.
מזמור למד, מזמור שיר חנוכת הבית לדוד. למד, מזמור שיר חנוכת הבית לדוד. מזמור שיר חנוכת הבית לדוד. ארוממך אדוני כי דיליתני, ולא שימחת אויבי לי. אדוני אלוהי, שיוועתי אליך ותרפאני. אדוני, העלית מן שאול נפשי, חייתני מיורדבור. זמרו לאדוני חסידיו, והודו לזכר קודשו. כי רגע באפו חיים ברצונו, בערב ילין בכי ולבוקר רינה. ואני אמרתי ושלבי, בל אמות לעולם. אדוני, ברצונך העמדת להררי עוז, הסתרת פניך, הייתי נבהל. אליך אדוני אקרא, ואל אדוני אתחנן. מה בצע בדמי ברידיתי אל שחת, היודך עפר, היגיד עמיתך, שמע אדוני וחונני, אדוני היה עוזר לי. הפכת מספדי למחול לי, פיתחת שקי, ותעזרני שמחה. למען יזמרך כבוד ולא ידום, אדוני אלוהי לעולם אודקת.
Psalm 30. I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast lifted me up, and hast not made my foes to rejoice over me. Psalm 30. I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast lifted me up, and hast not made my foes to rejoice over me. Psalm 30. I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast lifted me up, and hast not made my foes to rejoice over me. O Lord my God, I cried unto thee, and thou hast healed me. O Lord, thou hast brought up my soul from the grave. Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Sing unto the Lord, O ye saints of his, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness. For his anger endureth but a moment. In his favor is life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. And in my prosperity I said, I shall never be moved. Lord, by thy favor thou hast made my mountain to stand strong. Thou didst hide thy face, and I was troubled. I cried to thee, O Lord, and unto the Lord I made supplication. What profit is there in my blood when I go down to the pit? Shall the dust praise thee? Shall it declare thy truth? Hear, O Lord, and have mercy upon me. Lord, be thou my helper. Thou hast turned for me my mourning into dancing. Thou hast put off my sackcloth and girded me with gladness, to the end that my glory may sing praise to thee and not be silent. O Lord my God, I will give thanks unto thee forever, 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 forever,
Yes, 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 yes. A little bit over right here. Hopefully coming up, maybe we'll do it on like maybe like the Friday evening. I don't know if it's good for ones and ones. We go a little bit longer, go through some of the, Torah reading and feeding, a little bit extra. There's a little bit more we'd like to share. See that we have a few ones and ones tune in right here. We're at this Torah reading and feeding for Balak. Balak. There's a couple of items here in this Torah reading and feeding would like to touch on as we come into the next day, the fifth day of the Shavua right here, Balak. So here we pick up with Numbers chapter 22, focus verses from verse 2 to chapter 25 and 9. We have Balak. Who was Balak? Right? And what sort of obia, what sort of cussing, and Balaam. Who is Balaam? Right? Balaam. Who is Balaam? This prophet for hire. Balak sends messengers to Balaam to curse Yisrael. Right after he saw what the Israelites had done to High Mori, to the big talkers, the big sayers, High Mori, there was a new generation on the rise. Then the curses, right? All the curses were turned into barakot, were turned into blessings, right? Turned to blessings, right? This exasperated the king of Moab, Balak, right? Also, the key verse that there's no sorcery against Yisrael, no divination, very much a key. We see Balaam to be like a preacher, a pastor for hire, in that sense, one who loves filthy lucre on that level right there. There's a kind of an obia sense to this right here as well. Many of them do use the Bible and do have some knowledge of God, and they know their limitation. And Balaam knew his limitation, but he still was after that bag. Here we have the opening words, right? Opening words, Ki lo nachash be Yaakov Weloak Esem be Yisrael. Or not the opening words, but in Numbers 23 and 23. For there is no evil incantation, no evil, no nachash, no serpent type incantation be Yaakov against Jacob. Weloak Esem. And there's no sorcery, somebody say magic or oracle. Right, the Kesem from the Kasam, Lo Kesem with Lo Kesem be Yisrael against Israel. Then we have in this Torah reading and feeding, there's an apostasy, a falling away at a place called Peor. Right, there's a pun in this because Balaam is son of Beor, and then we have a place called Peor, meaning the gap. Right, this place, the Baal Peor, and it's very, very interesting, because what occurs here, the idolatry, the immorality, and also how Balaam is featured in the Chazon in Revelation, in Revelation as well. So we get a good understanding of what occurred here, for this idolatry where the woman of Moab, right, and some of the women of Midian, they tempted the sons of Israel to join them in their clubs, in the Baal Peor, in the idolatrous strip clubs, and to participate in idolatry and immorality, right? Thus, Balaam, in a sense, at last, he kind of succeeded in indirectly cursing Yisrael by that doctrine, right? That doctrine of Balaam, You know, the doctrine of Balaam, as we get in Revelation, I think it's 2:14, you know, the punishment. Balaam is quite bizarre. Balaam, we're going to touch on the bizarrity of Balaam, but then we also have the Haftarah, the prophet's reading right here for this Shabua from Micah, right? From Micah. The Haftarah for Balak comes from the prophet Micah. So here we pick up with Micah, right? Micah chapter 5, focus verses 6 to chapter 6, verse 8. The Micah reading right here. And in the Micah reading, just giving you a kind of an overview right here. The Micah reading, right? We have the 12 prophets, right? The Trey Asar. Micah was one of the Trey Asar. Who were the Trey Asar? They were known as the 12 prophets, right? They were called by Yahweh to call Yisrael to do teshuva, to repent. So Micah is the prophet's reading that complements the Torah reading and feeding here. It speaks of the Sherit Yaakov, the remnant of Jacob. Is the phrase that comes from the Hebrew word sha'ar. It has a meaning of to be left behind or like a leftover. She'arit, a remnant, left behind, leftover. She'arit Yaakov, the remnant of Jacob. It thus refers to survivors of the descendants of Yaakov, of Jacob, that had been nearly exterminated. Interestingly enough, the Sherit Yaakov, it also refers to Ha-Mashiach, the Sherit, the remnant of Jacob. The phrase remnant of Jacob also refers Hebraically, Judaically to Ha-Mashiach, the Messiah. And this is based on Balaam. Balaam makes some interesting prophetic statements. This is why we say that he's not so much a false prophet, but he's a prophet for hire. He's one who loves filthy lucre, you know what I mean? But he does stop at Yahweh, where Yahweh says you can't curse, you know what I mean? And yet, in the statements that he is made to make, he makes prophetic statements in Numbers chapter 24, verse 17. When they say, what about a star? Does Israel have a star? Well, we have in Numbers chapter 24, verse 17, that a star has emerged from Yaakov. Micah also here in this Torah reading and feeding prophetically speaks of the last days, the Acharit Hayamim. The Acharit Hayamim are the last days or the end days, the last of the days. Acharit Hayamim. When the survivors of the Beit Yisrael, the Beit of Israel, is the Great Tribulation. Also, there's a climatic battle of Gog and Magog. Right? This is said to occur just before the Moshiach returns. This will be a baraka, a blessing for the Sherit Yaakov, the surviving remnant of Jacob and of humanity. Like the dew, said to be like the dew and like the rain. The surviving remnant will be saved by Yahweh, by Shem Yeshua, and will be unconquerable, like the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah himself, like the lion himself, the Aryeh, the Anbessa, king of the beasts. From that none can escape. We have Micah chapter 5, verses 6 to 8, some key verses there. Yahweh will purge, right? Yisrael will purge Israel. And as we have in the epistle to Romans chapter 11, verse 26, call Yisrael, right? All of Israel shall be saved. The Haftarah, the prophet's reading here for this 40th Parashat Balak in Micah, it continues as Jehovah appeals to Yisrael, to the Beit of Israel, to return to him. He recounts their history and the leaders that he had given them. And it's interesting here, in light of the Hebrew Trinity, Hashalush HaKadosh, and the signs, right? The threeness. Here he sends three. In this Torah reading and feeding, we get to find that Moshe, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, the three of them were saved to bring out Yisrael from Mitzrayim. That can give a kind of a background context to possibly why Miriam might have gotten up in her feelings along with Aaron when Miriam spoke against Moshe and his Cushawit, his Cushite, his Ethiopian wife. But the three of them were sent. And the prophet Micah confirms that here, where he says that he sent the three of them, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, that trinity. He reminds them that he turned Balaam's curse, into Barakot, into blessings for his people, Amo Yisrael, his chosen nation, his people. He has done great things for them so that they, and here's the key, why did Yahweh do these great things for Kol Yisrael? That he may, that they may know the saving acts, the Yeshuot, Yeshuot, the saving acts, the Yeshua acts of Yahweh. Now the Haftarah here for this parashat, this Torah reading and feeding Balak, it ends with a rhetorical question. With what shall I come, lifnei Yahweh, before in the face, the presence of Jehovah, and bow myself before God on high? Micah provides an answer, right? He provides Yahweh's answer, Jehovah's answer. So the question is, with what shall I come before Yahweh and bow myself before Elyon, before God on high, most high? Micah provides Yahweh's answer for I and I right here in Micah 6 and 8. Right? Higid leka Adam mato uma Yahweh doresha mimka ki ima asot mishpata we ahavata chesed we hatzanea leket im Eloheka. He has told you. Higid leka. He has told you, Adam. He's told you, O Adam. He's told you, O man. Higid leka Adam. He's told you, O man. Ma tov, what is good? Ma, what? Tov, good. Ma tov. He's told you what is good. If you say, what's good? What's good? What's good? Higid leka Adam, ma tov, uma, and what? Uma Yahweh doresh mimka, and what Jehovah requires, doresh, what he seeks, what he requires, Uma Yahweh doresh mimka, from the eye, what Yahweh requires of the eye, male, ki, right, for im assault, for to do justice, mishpat, to do judgment, ki im assaulta mishpat, what's required of you, for to do justice, to do judgment, to do mishpat, and where ahivat chesed, where ahivat chesed, and to love kindness, and to love chesed, loving kindness, to love mercy, loving kindness. Where ahibat, ve'ahivat chesed, where ahibat chesed, to love chesed. Remember, chesed is also an attribute of Yahuwah. Mercy, chesed, loving kindness, chesed. Those who receive of that chesed are called the Hasid, Hasidim. Where ahibata chesed, and to love kindness, where hatzanea, and where hatzanea leket, and to walk humbly, im Eloheka, im with Eloheka, with your Elohim. Right? What does Yahweh, what does Jehovah ask from you, from I and I? Higi lekadam mato uma Yahweh doresh mimka ki ima asota mishpata ve'ahebata cheseda ve'hatza ne'ah leketa ima Eloheka. He has told you, oh man, oh Adam, what is good? He's told you what is good. Higi lika Adam matov, what is good and what Yahweh requires. Doresh mimka, of you, except to do justice. Kiima asota mishpat, except to do mishpat, judgment, mishpat, where ahibata chesed, and to love mercy, chesed, loving kindness, where hatzaneya, hatzaneya, to walk and modestly, right, from the sana, to be modest, where hatzaneya, leket, to walk humbly, right, to walk modestly, to walk humbly, where hatzaneya, leket, Im Eloheka, and to walk humbly, modestly with your Elohim. Lastly, right here, just a seal up right here, pointing to this Torah reading and feeding the 40th, right? We have the Brit Chadasha, the New Covenant reading. New Covenant reading right here. We have Romans chapter 11, focus verses 25 to 32, and 2 Peter chapter 2, 2 Petros, Peter chapter 2. Quick overview right here, Brit Chadasha, renewed covenant overview. The reading here, Brit Chadasha here, it alludes to the prophecy given by Balaam, given by Balaam, where he says, Daraka kokeba mi Yaakov, Darach kokeb mi Yaakov, a star shall rise from Jacob. Darak, kokeb mi Yaakov, a star shall rise mi Yaakov, from Yaakov, namely Adonenu Yeshua Moshecheinu, who will do what? Banish ungodliness from Yaakov. This here is citing Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 59, verse 20. This passage also is prophetic of the future restoration of the Beta Israel, the Beit Yisrael, and national Israel in the Acharit Hayamim, in the end of days or the last of days, Acharit Hayamim, when Yahweh will reveal himself at his coming. Yahweh Elohei Yisrael, Jehovah, the Elohim of Israel, will never forsake Amo, his people, and all his promises, the yea, amen, amen, to the Beta Israel, Beit Yisrael, even national Israel, will be fulfilled. It is hoped, expected to be fulfilled during the millennial reign, right, of the King, right, the return of the King, right, Bashem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes, Yeshua, right, the coming of Yeshua to Jerusalem. Jerusalem is not the place, but the people, and will restore that original covenant nation to himself. However, sadly, the Beta Israel, once lost, now found, will not be ready, right, to receive, it is said, her king, even the King of Kings, until the great tribulation occurs, when it is said that she finally will cry out. What will Yisrael, the bride, cry out? Baruch haba b'shem Yahweh. Blessed is the one who comes. Blessed is he, even he who be. Blessed is he who comes in the name of Yahweh. Baruch haba b'shem Yahweh. Blessed is he who comes in the name of Jehovah. Hova. So here for this Torah portion, reading and feeding, Parashat Balak, overruling the ratchet, overruling the wicked. Numbers 22 and 2. Wayar Balak ben Tzipor et kol asher asa Yisrael la Amori. And Balak, the son of Tzipor, saw. Wayar Balak ben Tzipor saw. What did Balak, the son, the ben Tzipor, see? Et kol asher asa, he saw all that he did. He saw all that Yisrael did. Kol asher asa Yisrael, that Yisrael did. La Amori, he saw all that Yisrael had done to the big talkers, to the big sayers, to Ha Amori, to the Amorites. Wayar Balak ben Tziporet kol asher asa Yisrael la Amori. Here, harvest time coming. Yes, I, Rastafari. Give thanks. Yes. Erev Tov, Laila Tov, Boker Tov, Chaverim. Give thanks. Yes, I.
Rastafari. Rastafari.